Okay, Stefan, thank you very much. You can start now and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Good morning, buenos dias, good afternoon, good evening, depending wherever you are around the world. I see the numbers are going up very, very quickly of participants. I'm very welcome to the second day of the SDMX Global Conference, wonderfully organized by our dear colleagues in the INEGI in Mexico. So after all this colorful and wonderful music introduction, let's focus on the topic of today. I'm Stefan Schweinfest, the director of the UN Statistics Division. I'm one of the members of the sponsor group for the SDMX program, and the United Nations has always been very concerned and felt specially responsible for bringing SDMX to the countries. And this is especially developing countries. And I'm very happy that with this global conference, we are now completing our global tour. The global conferences originally started in North America and Europe, but I mean, over the last 10 years, we have taken the global conference to Asia, Africa, and now Latin America. So I'm very pleased about this. The journey originally started in 2001, and perhaps the focus initially was on exchange of data between international organizations. But it became very, very quickly clear that the powerful tools we were creating would be helping to exchange also data between countries and international organizations, and even more importantly, within countries. So SDMX is becoming fast an important tool within countries. And we've heard that in the opening, even though SDMX is a technical tool, it goes right at the heart of how statistical systems and national statistical systems are organized and managed. So I'm very, very pleased that I have the honor and the pleasure to chair this particular session, session 2, SDMX Data Without Barriers. I will leave the more technical sessions to my very well-versed technical expert colleagues, and I'm happy to focus today on countries and country implementation. And as a statistician, I'm very happy that we have a good sample. We have developing and developed countries, and we have countries from Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Americas. So please fasten your seatbelts and let's dive right in. Our first presentation will be CAMSTAT, Cambodia's .stat-based SDMX data dissemination portal at the United Nations Global Platform. And we will have three presenters, Mr. Lai Chan, Ronald Janssen, and Sean Lovell, the last two from my office. Let me just quickly introduce them to you. Mr. Lai Chan is the Deputy Director General of the National Institute of Statistics, NIS of Cambodia. We have worked for a very long time with our friends in Cambodia. His particular focus is on improving the National Development Indicator-based system with a special focus on the SDGs. And he also works as a national focal point for the SDGs at the regional and international level, and has extensive experience with national statistical systems. He's also very active in the ASEAN region. Ronald Janssen is one of my very valuable and valued assistant directors in the United Nations Statistics Division with me in New York, and he's responsible for our work in the important areas of data innovation and capacity development. So right spot on the topics we are talking today. In this capacity, he is leading the UN Committee of Experts on Big Data and data science for official statistics. And in particular, he is working very hard to make our UN global platform and its regional hubs work. Sean is the new generation in our office. He is one of our information systems officer under Ronald UNSD's data innovation section. He leads the site reliability engineering, and he's passionate about DevOps, agile software engineering, and data science. and their application in national statistical offices. So he is one of those guys that we really need to bring in the new insights and the new tools and capabilities of doing things into our classical national statistical work context. He worked previously for the UN in ESCAP in the Asia region in Bangkok, and also as an economist in the US Bureau of Labor Statistics. So he has a very broad experience. I believe Ronald will start us off, and then Sean, and then Mr. Lai Chan. So let's dive in with the Cambodia presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan. And a good day to everyone listening in to today's presentation. Very happy to start off with the country experience of Cambodia. And Mr. Lai Chan will speak mostly about this experience of implementations and lessons learned. But before we get to his side of the presentation, Sean and I will introduce very briefly a little bit about the background. If we can go to the next slide, please. Yes, so this is the overview, background, implementation, lessons learned. Please go to the next slide. So on the background of CAMSTAT, what I would really like you to take away from what we are presenting today is that CAMSTAT, the database of the Cambodian office, is not only a success story on a technology perspective, it is also a really good success story of international collaboration, especially of the statistical community. Since, as indicated here on this slide, since 2004, the National Institute of Statistics of Cambodia was disseminating its data via UNICEF's DevInfo. That is the time period of the Millennium Development Goals. That ended around 2015. And at that point, also support for DevInfo was ending. UNICEF itself initiated shortly after that a transition of the information, which was at that point called CAMINFO, to another platform using some advanced software of the .stat community, which is the SIS-CC community, built on the SDMX standards. And that's also why we're happy to show it here. So it's collaboration among a number of international institutes, OECD, UNICEF, of course, OECD, Paris 21, UNSD, UNESCAP, UNFPA, and also the agencies in Cambodia itself, so from the UN country team. Next slide, please. So how was CAMSTAT deployed? Some technical points there. Sean will make that. I'll just broadly introduce this. CAMINFO was already a well-developed database, but we needed to migrate the structures into SDMX of all these statistical domains. The migration itself, as indicated here, was from CAMINFO to CAMSTAT was already a major milestone. And we also needed to, because of the sustainable development goals indicators, we needed to develop structures for that, which also has been accomplished. So CAMSTAT is the official dissemination platform of Cambodia. Originally, when it was installed, UNICEF and OECD temporarily hosted CAMSTAT for about 2 years. So this is 2018, 2019. And then during 2020, we wanted a little bit longer solution. And we were able to do this on the UN Global Platform where we deployed it. So 2 words about the UN Global Platform. It's cloud-based. So we can access it from anywhere, which was of course very important because 2020 is when travel was no longer possible and we were still able to do this migration successfully. We use all major cloud providers, AWS, Google Cloud Platform, Azure and Alibaba. The platform is a platform of the global statistical community. Our office, UNSD, is supporting it, but we have a lot of support internationally, both from countries and international organizations. I have to mention UK, Netherlands Statistics Canada, UAE, Rwanda, Brazil, China. They're all supporting it, and also OECD is helping us on that platform. Since it is a community platform, it's the platform of the global statistical community. So officers around the world can use it. And this is also a shout out to statistical officers who are thinking about .stat deployment. We can use the global platform for that. And it's a very cost-effective solution, certainly for midterm. And at this point, I'll turn over to Sean to say a little bit more about the deployment. Thank you.
Hey, thanks a lot, Ronald. Thanks, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I just wanted to highlight a few of the technical aspects around deploying CAMSTAT on modern cloud infrastructure, and why we went about that route rather than deploying it locally on premises or alternative approaches. So, I mean, the long story short is the UN Global Platform team was presented with a need to find a solution for CAMSTAT because so much effort had gone into migrating the data. And many partners had generously put in their time to host it. So we needed to find a more permanent home, at least for the time being, to give the digital presence to this database. And so the motivation that we had from the outset was, how can we deploy .stat in a way that we could do this for other NSOs or clients in the national statistical community who would benefit from it. So we didn't want to engage in a lot of, and I'm a site reliability engineer in this role, so I didn't want to engage in a lot of manual drag and drop clicking in cloud resources. We wanted to build something that had more replicability. So, and we had a great starting point, and I think this is why .stat was such an attractive piece of software for us, because it is built, patched, and maintained by the SAICC. Led by the OECD, and it embraces what we call state-of-the-art DevOps approaches. The OECD has been a leader in that regard, building the software in a very modern way. So it really was a natural step for us to then try to deploy this in a cloud-native environment. And we did choose a particular ecosystem of tooling that's open source, that's interoperable among cloud providers, so it can also run on premises. So when we went about this, we wanted to complement, in a sense, the OECD and the SAICC's efforts with our own set of deployment engineering that also embrace cloud native approaches. So we did treat this. I won't go into the details, but we treated the deployment of the server components itself. And there are about, if I remember correctly, about 10 or so different server applications that microservices that connect. We did this all using the infrastructure as code approach. So all of the pieces of the deployment were actually in a code repository, which made it easy for us to then adapt that to other tenants if that's desired. So it is reproducible. So that's something that was an outcome of this brief project. So the end result was that the UN Global Platform team, which is consisting of more than just me and Ronald, but we have other member states who are contributing in kind support. We can provide to Cambodia a reliable, scalable, and secure service, which the prototype of this value added is the NSO is freed from the ability to think about infrastructure when trying to adopt some of these cutting edge technologies, which can be a very important stepping stone, if you will, in the capacity building process. If you don't have to tackle all at once the idea of a new service and have to engage in learning modern cloud engineering, the global platform is a resource that hopefully can reduce the barrier to entry in some of these new technologies. So this is, I think, for us, one of the benefits. So it allows the NIS to focus on adding value through data and statistics, and not yet worry about what in the modern world is, cloud engineering, site reliability engineering. Even though in the future that may be a direction they decide to go in. And that's something that obviously we fully support. So, and another side note, the UN Global Platform does support multi-tenant deployments. CAMSTAT was built with this intention by the OECD. So it's part of the capabilities, and we can also isolate the deployments in separate, network environments as well. So that's fun. So this is I think my last slide. If the service, the advantage of using modern cloud technologies, whether it's on the cloud itself or bringing these cloud native approaches to on-premises infrastructure, regardless, this is where it is now. So the service is resilient. If the service dies, it can be restarted. If the cluster is deleted, it can be restored in about 4 hours. So this is disaster recovery is very easy. It's something that's almost unheard of. I mean, I come from a traditional infrastructure. Traditional background when it comes to infrastructure, and the idea that you can completely eliminate your infrastructure and restore it in 4 hours is quite nice. There are automated backups and this sort of thing. It's easy to scale. If load increases, Kubernetes Container Orchestrator will scale to accommodate it. It's easy to add new countries. It's portable, and the end result is reliable. So that's all I wanted to say about that. And from here, I'll pass it on to Lei Chan, who's going to discuss his experience in the data migration and from the National Statistical Office side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Xian, for your provide overview and background regarding to the implementation of the CAMSTAT and .STAT implementation in Cambodia. Now, I would like to present to you about the implementation experience in Cambodia, which we apply the 3 main module of the .STAT CAMSTAT, which is focused on the Data Explorer, the .STAT Core, and the .STAT Data Lifecycle Manager, which is during the implementation of the pilot test, we are focusing on the data modeling and the SDMX information model. Also, we focus on the .STAT Data Explorer and Data Lifecycle Manager for the data process, defining, exchanging, and then bring the data to the dissemination process. Also, this is based on, as Xian already mentioned, we based on the .STAT Hub at the global platform cloud environment. So can you go to the next slide, please? So this is the process of the migration from the CAMSTAT from the CAMINFO so far of the production based on the Millennium Development Goal and based on the modeling process based on the using of the SDMX start SDMX, sorry, and then we bring all the key data element under the so far CAMINFO to the populate based on the .STAT suite Data Explorer. So please go to the next slide, please. So over the period from the 2008 to 2019, during the pilot process, based on, I just would like to reflect and share your experience of Cambodia regarding the flashback during the mission supported by OECD, UNICEF, Paris 21, and UNSD, including Paris 20, the UNICEF in Cambodia. That during the 2018, especially in March, that the first phase of the implementation process of the pilot phase using the structure, especially on the SDG data definition structure. And also we exercise using the one session on education data structure and then upload the data into the .STAT suite successfully. And the next phase during the October 2018, another mission supported by OECD, Paris 21, and UNSD. We also process another implement process on the structure on the data of the demography, and then upload into the .STAT suite. And also the group of development support team also build capacity at the national technical team especially on the SDMX standard and the other tool that very successfully and the code practice and learn a lot from this pilot implementing process. And again, during the late of the 2018, we also construct and structure other agricultural data and upload successfully into the data suite, and further receive a lot of capacity building from the support UN development partner team, especially focus on more different skill to the technical team and the core team at the NIA, especially on the data standard, and apply the practice of the using contribution tool to support on this process. And then up to the May 2019, we are fully migrated all the database from CAMINFO to the data suite, including focus on the key development indicator at the national level, especially the SDMX, the National Strategic Development Plan, including the National SDG and Global SDG, successfully and fully implemented and maintained by the NIC. So go to the next slide, please. So the main tool that we are applying and using during the pilot phase, especially the DSD constructor to create the concept scheme and the code list, apply the SDMX standard, and also another mapping assistant tool using for mapping all the data of the CAMINFO database into the new data suite using the estimate and the mapping all the element and important data set under the CAMINFO. And also we are also, of course, the SDMX converter also was used to create the data flow during the whole process of the implementation. So please to the next slide, please. So the key output that we successfully migrated about more 900 indicators and about 170,000 data observation at that time to upload it to the CAMSTART using the data lifecycle manager. And as Sean mentioned, CAMSTART also running in the cloud-based app published through the NF website. And of course, the capacity building received at the time to the subject matter team by expanding more number of receiver training from the NF and other selected key line ministry to participate in the capacity building using the standard and data lifecycle manager for the process of the migrate and maintaining the database system. Also, at the time, the NF also coordinate and cooperate other training workshop on the data sharing protocol, especially support by the UNFPA country office in Cambodia on the reporting platform, especially focus on the fundamental of the data modeling as the information model, and also create the user guide for the using of the CAMSTART Data Explorer. Also, at the time during the 2020, earlier 2020, the CAMSTART migrate and running at the UN global platform using that the AWS cloud with very secure data, and the team can be work very easily on that system. And another skill and capacity and experience from the NIH team on the data exchange, especially has been established for the the SDG indicator with the SDG global platform using the DSD structure that through the global guideline. Next slide, please. So another important that, as you know, we are also provide an API query to the other user and other data for the data sharing very easy. That I just would like to show the example, and please go another slide, please. And also the SDMX standard also fully implemented and very easy to exchange and for the data sharing among the other data user and producer, including the national office who already applied the SDMX standard. Next slide, please. So the lesson learned, we still need more effort on the required on the SDMX artifact maintenance, especially and worsening on that area. And also the expert knowledge of the SDMX required with the current interface and tool to model, map, and upload data to the structure and data set. That they are very, very important. And also different requirement for examination, again, the reporting when using global definition structure, especially on the code description and user examination and under national extension element that are very successfully and the great important area that we have been done. And also the NIS will need further on the technical assistance, at least on the use of the environment that comes that the whole data structure and the system. The next slide, please. So this is just, I would like to share with you the current status of the data reporting and the changing between the NIS and line ministry remain based on the traditional approach. And we are still not yet fully implemented the SDMX standard among the line ministry yet. Next slide, please. So the current update and the maintenance exercise at the NIS Cambodia right now, we are on the current on the implementing of the updating time series data from the line ministry, especially focus on the latest data from the other survey and census report. That we are regularly update and up-to-date data managed based on our technical team. And we also prepare the indicator template extracting from the CAMSTAT data flow as well as the data definition structure to share to the line ministry, those who own the indicator to provide the data through the template, and the team shall review and validate data to quickly upload to the CAMSTAT and publicly disseminate on the CAMSTAT Data Explorer. Also, we manage on the CAMSTAT data, especially on the review the whole data set, especially on the code list dimension and the customization to adapt the new feature and based on the data suite, especially to apply more disaggregated data level based on the existing indicator and under data sector based on the data availability up to date. The next slide, please. So this is that we currently also based on the work on the prepare mapping file with inclusive parameter sheet based on the DSD matrix generator to create and edit the required code list and also upgrade the version based on the existing DSD code list and the data flow, for instance. And also the SDMX code, SDMX converter, also the very common tool that we are managed and using by generate the SDMX, and also using the template file, particularly the mapping file, and upload to the data lifecycle manager and bring to the cloud publication through the Data Explorer. Next slide, please. So based on that, Sean and Ronald already provide some background. We are currently maintaining the whole database system through the global UN global platform running on the CAMSTAT database system. But I just would like to stress that currently CAMSTAT was a generic tool that provide and open widely collaboration and contribution from all development partners and the line ministry to support and participate on the data process, especially during the late 2020. We work closely with FAO on the area of the dissemination of the agriculture survey of the 2019 were conducted by the National Institute of Statistics and fully disseminated through CAMSTAT using the full SDMX data. And about 500 data observation have been fully uploaded into the CAMSTAT and breakdown by number of indicator and category under the agriculture sector. And I just would like to also inform you that based on that, currently we also receive support from the Whitehall strategy focus on the data sharing and dissemination using the COVS, focus on the area of the health sector by using more and update more data into the existing data under health sector under the current CAMSTAT database system. And we also work closely with the supported project by SIDA and Statistics Sweden on the area of the data sharing and piloting on the area of the economic sector that will be include especially the data on the area of the international development and as well as the area on the national account and CPI that right now already fully implemented, apply the standard and link also to the Asian Community Task Force system. And also we lately during the August, July, we are working closely with support by UNSD team on the area of the integrated data from the SDG, especially to bring all the SDG data through the front-end data explorer using the API and based on the open SDG, which is right now under the process of the piloting, and we will be able to publicly dissemination through the open SDG using the CAMSTAT as the backend. Next slide, please. So the next step, of course, we plan to launching the new CAMSTAT version, but we hope that we will learn more new feature from the CAMSTAT and hope will be receive technical support from the development partner community, especially OECD and UNSCAP will be focused on that area. And of course, at the area we will requested the new data from the line ministry to update on the CAMSTAT data explorer to make sure that data is timely manner based on the data availability. And also we plan to adapt the data flow, especially through the whole national score system to apply the SDMX standard by sharing the standardized template, and plan also in the future to automate data through the script into the publication state. And also another needed technical support from the key development partner as well as the key line ministry, at least perhaps 2 years more on this area to maintain the whole data process. And of course, we will work closely with line ministry to create MOU to make sure more data to be sharing on time and provide more additional data to support future dissemination through the CAMSTAT. And based on the .STAT core, we hope that UNSD Global Data Platform remain provide a continued support on this area, because we are still working on the improve our ICT environment and ICT infrastructure currently have been supported by long-term expert statistics Sweden through the CIDA supported project, and we hope that by end of this year, the full environment of the ICT with the huge data server to be able to migrate the CAMSTAT into our own server and environment system. And of course, we also needed to continue the provide capacity building to the line ministry and maintain our skill based on the SDMX standard of the technical team, and also the subject matter area to provide more data and understand more clearly how to use the SDMX standard based on the generic business process model to make sure from the data analysis and quickly to bring to the dissemination in the future. So this is all my presentation. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lai Chan, for this presentation, detailed presentation, and we'll move right on. There are already some questions. If you have questions, please. This is the purpose of this event, that we start a dialogue either in the chat or here on the platform, or even after the conference. This is the moment where the countries talk. So let's move right on and move to the second presentation from the UK. And I'm calling on Mr. Steve Drew, who has worked in the UK Office of National Statistics for over 20 years and is currently the head of economic statistics strategy and systems. And as part of this role, Steve led the implementation of SDMX in economic statistics for the UK. So we are looking forward to his presentation on the UK experience of implementing SDMX into regular production systems. And of course, the UK ONS has been a close partner for our work on the global platform. Steve, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stefan. Just to make sure you can see this screen properly. Great. Okay, so yeah, just a bit of background. The UK has got a quite highly centralized system for economic statistics. So all of the main frameworks are all compiled in the Office for National Statistics. So when we had the big update of the international manuals, and it coincided with the new transmission program in the European Union, we adopted SDMX for all three of these economic frameworks. And when we were considering how we could implement this, we made the decision to build the actual generation of the SDMX files into our time series platform, which is called Chord. So let's go over our approach, how it was developed, and how is the SDMX has influenced data architecture and our future plans. So Chord is it's built on an Oracle database. It's all accessed through a internet browser. The main calculation engines for statistical functions is SAS, but we're looking at replacing that with R at the moment. We use FICO Express for optimization, so rules-based balancing. X13 for forecast and season adjustment, and then some other tools. So it's basically a platform we've developed for building systems. So when we were looking at the export functionality, and when we approached this from the point of view of, we built into the platform the ability to read in the data structure definitions into Chord, so we can then, it's held as an object. So the DSD is loaded in as an object, so it's available. And then we've built a new export object for generating the SDMX files. And then when you're defining your table, so it may be one of the national accounts tables, it knows exactly which DSD to use and can then map all the dimensions needed in the attributes. So it allowed us to build specific transmission data sets for each transmission table, but we held all of the code lists as separate objects in Chord, so it made it easier to actually maintain. So this is just the broad steps of producing an XDMX file. There's a development process of selecting which output you want to generate. mapping the dimensions from the data that we hold in CORD into the international transmissions version. Then we can set up global values for the attributes, because that's something we don't hold in CORD. We just that's not part of it. And then once we go into production, we can then apply attribute override files where there may be things that you want to classify differently, such as early data that you may have or confidential data. You then run the export process and produce the 8th SDMX file, and then you're able to transmit it. So this is a more detailed process. So the compilation system that you use, I mean, most of what we do is in CORD, but we've got our older platform, which is still running, CSDB. It could be anything really that you compile the data on. Then it's all loaded into CORD, into a international transmissions area. And this is where you generate the actual data set and you do all the data checks that are needed for these files. You then export to SDMX, and now in this just from recently, we've started transmitting the data not via DAMIS, via Excelion to the OECD. So previously we were transmitting it via DAMIS to Eurostat. So just thinking back about the challenges and the timescales. I mean, this was done quite a few years ago now. But we built the solution in-house using existing resource, but it was to a tight timescale. There was lots of obviously testing involved of both the functionality that was produced and then the actual export routines that we had developed. And at the time, it was new to the office, so we relied heavily on the international fiscal community and learning how to use SDMX. Although the funding was less of an issue because we've got ongoing development budget for CORD, but we had to obviously prioritize it. So the bottom there just shows some of the broad timescales involved. Some of the benefits we've found from this, in terms of quality, I mean, there's a lot of tables, a lot of data files, a lot of people involved in this, and the thought of a manual process of everybody manually converting their data scared the life out of me. So, I mean, there's a big quality aspect here, and it's also easier to audit and produce consistent outputs where you've got cross-table relationships. It's obviously more efficient. We used an old manual process, which was time consuming, and obviously resources are valuable. So avoiding manual processes is good. And it also is an investment as it makes maintenance easier. So it's a cost avoidance as well. And in terms of future proofing, we'd built a lot of our systems prior to this. So we use this as an opportunity to update the coding and data structures to align with the international standards, although that is still work in progress. When we built this, we built it to produce 2.0 format only. So, I mean, in reality, this is hard coded into our platform. So changing it to, I mean, it's really interesting. Yesterday, really excited with developments. So this is something we really need to think about. But changing the format is a big challenge, but something we need to think about. So we're currently assessing the options previously of 2.1 and other formats, but I think obviously 3.0 comes into this now. It's worth noting that we obviously recently stopped transmitting most of our files to Eurostat and instead now going to OECD, and that has been a really easy switch given the these international standards. So it's a really good experience, really. If everybody had different processes, it would have been a nightmare. We've got this interesting challenge of how we incorporate domestic identifiers, which I'll come on to next. And it's worth noting, embedding the functionality in the platform makes it less flexible to make improvements. So we need to think about how we separate this out as a service. So just thinking forward, in CORD, it's a metadata-based system, so everything is coded to the international codes, but we're trying to push this back further into the production process. So at the moment, it's obviously in the dissemination layer, but trying to get it pushed back into the production layer. So whenever we change systems, we're adopting that. And then we've also found the whole information models and DSDs really useful in designing our systems. And we've got some internal design standards that we use and adopt this. On this domestic dissemination, I mean, the UK uses what we call CDIDs, which is central database identifiers. And for example, we've got YBEX, which is GVA at basic prices for total economy, index number, current prices, seasonally adjusted. So it's a very, in some ways, elegant, efficient way of summarizing a number, but is ultimately meaningless. But our users absolutely love them. So we've got this challenge of we need to move away from this and get our users using more of the structured data we get from SDMX. But I think we're going to have to try and incorporate them into the format. So that's something we need to look at. And I'd be interested to know whether there's any advice or views that from this conference. So just to conclude, by developing this integrated approach, we've really streamed our production process, reduced risk, and it's become more efficient. But we accept it's an expensive option, which for the UK came at the right time because we had this development resource available anyway. And since then, we've been able to reuse it for other statistical domains. So we've widened it to short-term statistics, and we're looking at other use cases. And we're looking to extend this further into inform the design of our statistical production systems. But I think this whole agenda, the advances of 3.0 is really, really timely for this. And we're also trying to look at how we can reuse these standards to improve our domestic dissemination as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Steve, for this very concise presentation and also for sharing so openly the experiences of a highly developed statistical system and the benefits that you were able to derive there. We have a number of questions. Let me take one or two. We're running a little bit behind and I don't want to squeeze the future presenters. So let me just take one or two of the questions. I hope perhaps the dialogue could also develop in the question and answer box because it's possible to type answers in there. Obviously, people are asking about replicability. I mean, perhaps a question for Mr. Leichan is, I mean, can you how much resources could you estimate this cost in CAMSTAT, and what advice would you give other countries if they want to replicate the CAMSTAT experience? Mr. Yes, hello?
Yep. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is very difficult to share and to estimate, but I just would like, if I understand correctly, perhaps you refer both of the financial and capacity building resource as well as the infrastructure to develop and maintain or the CAMSTAT. So in this regard, I just would like to mention and refer to the infrastructure and the capacity as well as the institutional capacity in this regard. So in our experience, of course, the CAMSTAT may not need a lot of the ICT skill because this is a generic tool that already should support and capacity building support from the development partner and the stakeholder community system. But the area that we are needed, the build of the capacity on how to maintain and add the supported tool, especially the SDMX standard and the understanding of the whole infrastructure, especially the implementing system and indicator framework, that how we can, based on the existing key development indicator, to be applied the SDMX standard, and those the capacity needed is very important for the local and especially the country level. And of course, based on the financial resource needed, we think that it may not very should demand such other development system or conducting of the survey. However, we just only needed some portion of the training and capacity building and the workshop and regular meeting and support some material that very enough. But what I understand the point and what our best practice that the communities are called system joint collaboration and support that are very costly and very important. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. And let me pick 2 questions for Steve. One is also going in a bit in the direction of the resources needed to develop the entire solution. How many IT people worked on the development? And of course, also the obvious, have you considered to open source what you're doing so others could leverage your good work done so far? So we're all thinking in the same direction. How can we use what has been done in the countries that we are hearing about for others? Steve?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, in terms of, because it's with Cord, there was about 5 IT staff working on the platform, and then we had a team of 3 in the business area who were developing once you've built the functionality, then developing the export definitions. So yeah, but in terms of, I mean, this whole thing around what we're doing in terms of disseminating data, I think one of the issues we've got, the UK is such a large statistical office that is difficult to I mean, I'm really keen that we publish our data and SDMX, get it on our website, but it's a bit of a, the challenge of getting that to the top of the priority list. But in terms of the open source, I'm really keen. I mean, I think, we've got a lot of resources working on whole areas of statistical production. And I'm really keen that we really do engage with the international community and share everything that we've got. So I'm going to definitely be taking this back to the office and escalating this whole agenda. It's really exciting from my perspective.
Thank you very much, Steve. And this is hopefully a very concrete outcome. You definitely can send them the greetings of the global community, and I give you the number 289. It just went up as I was looking at the number. Participants are following us around the world, so this is a very strong community. Perhaps one last question for this section for Ronald. How can interested organizations and countries find out more of what is offered if they wish to mirror what was done for ComStat on the global platform? A very short. They write you an email and you will show up on their doorsteps and help.
That's exactly it. Thanks, Stefan. Yeah, no, we are. And again, just emphasizing, this is an effort from the statistical community as a whole, and we're. I mean. Statistical officers are part of that, so we're very much willing to help if there is interest and see and try. So you can write to us, can write to UNSD, and then we'll set it up. We have also bigdata@un.org. They can write to that. It's a generic email, but we're very much supportive of this. It's an international collaboration. We help with the UN Global Platform, but also the .stat community led by OECD is helping on this as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Ronald. And then we are running a little bit behind, and I was just wondering whether people would be okay if we skip the first break. We are having so much fun here. And if provided our colleagues from ISTAT are ready and are with us, then I would suggest we go on and listen to the next 2 presentations and then do the break after that session. Or is there any technical reasons I should impose the break? If that is not the case, if nobody stops me, I would ask, is Francesco Rizzo with us?
Yes. Okay.
Wonderful. Then let me introduce
There's no break if you want. You can continue.
I can be a terrible chair and not allow people to take their break. No, thank you very much. Then let's continue with the Italian presentation. That is SDMX ISTA Toolkit to support the standardization, industrialization of the statistical business processes. That's, of course, a very fantastic title and challenging title. Mr. Rizzo works in the Italian National Statistical Institute, we all know ISTAT, as a senior executive officer. Since 2004, he has been involved in several SDMX implementations. Also, he was detached to Eurostat as a national expert, and he contributed to the European Census Hub project and the design of the SDMX reference infrastructure tools. Currently, he has been coordinating the development of SDMX ISTA toolkit, which we will present to us, and he has been involved in several international cooperation activities and capacity building actions to support other national statistical offices in SDMX. So this is exactly the man we want, somebody who has a long experience and knows it all and has worked international. Francesco, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Chair. I will switch off the camera just to save bandwidth, and I share my screen to share my presentation, okay? So, is this presentation? Yes. Yes. So, good morning, everybody. Oh. The main aim of this presentation is to illustrate the ISTAT experience concerning the Cdmx implementation strategy and how the Cdmx ISTAT toolkit was designed in order to speed the standardization and industrialization of the statistical business process. In 2004, in ISTAT, a small group of people started in experimenting with the Cdmx, mainly to participate to different pilot projects launched by Eurostat. In 2012, ISTAT decided to adopt a Cdmx as a part of the first modernization program, and in 2014, the top management fostered the development of set of tools, the Cdmx toolkit, to support the Cdmx implementation strategy. The Cdmx implementation strategy involves different aspects of the ISTAT activities. Reporting, this was the first use case taken in consideration. At the moment, most of the production units are completely self-supporting using a cross-cutting architecture that is able to interact with their production databases. Dissemination, it was created a wrapper around the current legacy dissemination system. So since 2014, an Cdmx API is available for data users in order to interact in machine-to-machine modality. The migration of the legacy dissemination system to the new dissemination platform based on the Cdmx toolkit is already started, and the migration conclusion is expected in the first semester of 2022. Logically, we have to migrate a lot of data sets. Just to provide you an idea, only the data sets for national accounts are more than 120. Metadata. The unified metadata system, both for structure and reference metadata, is able to handle Cdmx artifacts. Now it is under engineering, and building blocks of the Cdmx toolkit will be reused. Open data. The Cdmx API is already able to provide data in several open formats, CSV, JSON, RDF with data cube vocabulary, and very soon in RDF with DCAT vocabulary. Cdmx within the National Statistical System, ISTAT has been coordinating a dissemination project based on Cdmx within the National Statistical System named Hub with the Public Statistics, participated by central and regional public administrations. International cooperation activities. ISTAT is engaged in several projects providing support to other countries. In this context, Cdmx very often is required. So we offer the Cdmx toolkit as efficient solution to speed the Cdmx implementations. Furthermore, we use the Sediments Toolkit as a didactical means in several capacity building actions. Design and implementation principle of the toolkit. The design of the toolkit is based on two pragmatic assumptions. SDMX is the means, not the end. Therefore, when SDMX is inefficient in supporting directly specific features, workarounds are used. For example, we use a lot of semantic SDMX annotations. The design and the development with the toolkit is business-driven and not ID-driven. Furthermore, clear implementation principles were decided. Re-engineering by experience. A first version of the toolkit was developed in 2014 with the initial financial support of Eurostat. That version was used in several organizations and in several trainings. Therefore, we have had the possibility to receive feedback suggestions that, together with the experience accumulated in the last 10 years in handling our corporate dissemination platform, we reused when, in 2018, ISTAT decided to found the re-engineering of the whole suite as reference architecture on which develop different systems. Easy to install. Once prerequisites are installed, it doesn't take more than 10-20 minutes. And technical skills can be found easily in each National Statistical Institute. Easy to configure. It comes with the default configuration. So once it is installed, you can run very quickly. Otherwise, you can extend the configuration through an administrative console. Easy to branding and also to implement different languages without the need to recompile the source code. Adequate performance with the data browser, one of the tools of this toolkit, tables you can extract tables with more than 100 cells in 10 seconds. And we performed benchmark with the current version of .stat version 7 that we have as a legacy database and other architectures. And easy to use because the graphical user interface was designed with in mind and with the interaction with the users. The Cdmx toolkit is a set of pick and choose building blocks that can be composed in order to implement different use cases: transformation, collection, dissemination, and reporting through three main features: metadata management, data browser, and representation. The toolkit has a corporate design because a sophisticated authentication and authorization mechanism allows assigning grants to users on specific functionalities and workflows. The toolkit was built using the Cdmx source.net and integrates modules of the new mapping assistant web developed by Eurostat. Different scenarios can be deployed according to the specific needs, building standalone or distributed architectures. Let's see the first tool. The Excel To Csv tool is a desktop application that allows to convert very complex statistical multidimensional table in Excel in a CSV format that can be loaded easily in a database. These are two examples of multidimensional statistical table, very complex in Excel. The second one here in the foreground, here, there is an example of Excel template for national account, for example. The second tool is the Metadata Manager. Let's see the Meta Manager features. What we can do with the Meta Manager features? Well, we can model data. So we can perform data modeling, building the suitable structure, Cdmx structure metadata. Or we can import data structure definition defined by others and rearrange them for national dissemination. We developed a set of structural metadata utilities for metadata experts like derive item schemas, merge item schemas, compare item schemas, compare data structure definition, and upgrade DSD. There is a feature to overcome Cdmx 2.1 deficiencies, for example, to add items to final item schemas, modify add names, description, annotation to final artifacts. We can manage annotation for presentation purpose as detailed in the one of the last guidelines released by the Sediments statistical working group. So we can manage order in different language. We can manage the layout that should be presented to the end user and so on. And the application provides also two editors, one for reference metadata and one for catalogs, data catalogs following the standard DCAT. An operator can use a set of wizards to perform the main functionalities. Building, you can create, you can build multidimensional data cubes based on Cdmx data structure definitions. In this case, advanced database star schemas synchronized with the structural metadata repositories are created. Mapping, you can map custom CSV files or Excel CSV files, multidimensional statistical table, or also PC Axis files. These two last kind of files will be this functionality will be released in October with the new version. In this case, you can load Excel files, CSV, SDMXML files, and also PC Axis files. Then you can publish your data flow as a subcube of your data cube, and also as a subcube with less dimensions of your data cube. In this case, a new data structure definition is generated automatically. And then for example, for data reporting or data transfer, you can download the file in CdmxML 2.0 and 2.1, Cdmx CSV, Cdmx JSON, custom CSV, RDF XML, and DCAT JSON. This is an example of architecture that can be implemented with the Metadata Manager. You can use the Metadata Manager just to browse external registries like the Global Registry, Eurostat Registry, IMF Registry, but also UN Data Cdmx API. You can deploy the MDM just to manage your structure metadata, or you can deploy the MDM to manage structure metadata and data. And now the other tool, the data browser. The data browser is an advanced web application that is able to browse and query Cdmx web service. An administrative console is provided in order to configure the application, but also to configure the link to each Cdmx web service that we call node. So an end user can switch between nodes in order to search their data, the data that they want. So they can browse each node, and they can extract the data, present the data in the table, chart, and map. Logically, on this presentation object, you can apply filters, the criteria, pivoting, and download the file, the data. You can create dashboards. Dashboards can incorporate tables, charts, maps, coming with the data coming from different nodes, so from different Cdmx sources. So in a dashboard, you can mix data from different sources. You can share presentation objects in order to be incorporated in other software, and an end user can log in order to manage its query portfolio. This is the architecture of the data browser. You can see that there is a front end and a backend. The backend acts like an orchestrator, and it is responsible to link the data source that can be linked in SDMXML, SDMX JSON. The backend is very modular, so in the future we can incorporate a new connector for source SDMX 3.0 compliant, or for other sources not SDMX compliant with other standards. And the backend also manage the configuration database, where the configuration are stored, but also a very, very powerful cache system. Conclusions. The lesson learned up to now. SDMX implementation must be supported by long-running strategy. The adoption of Sediments tools should always be preceded by the evaluation of the following dimensions: available features, usability, learning curve, software installation upgrade easiness, required capabilities. Cdmx Toolkit has became the reference architecture in ISTAT for streamlining dissemination, reporting, and metadata management. Cdmx Toolkit is available as a free and open source. Therefore, other organizations can contribute in enhancing the toolkit with the software, suitable software developments. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Francesco, for this very comprehensive and detailed presentation. We already have a couple of questions popping up, and I thank the audience for being so interactive. Let's move on at this moment to the second presentation in this segment, and then we'll have a question and answer session again. It's a particular pleasure for me to welcome Fadila Naji. Fadila is a data analyst at the National Institute of Statistics in charge of Dissemination's database administration. As team leader of DotStat project in INS Tunisia, she is in charge of supervising and improving the data migration and dissemination process under the SDMX standard. So I'm very particularly pleased to welcome a lady in the otherwise rather male-dominated panel today. So thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'm happy to be here today to share INS experience during this trip toward an integrated dissemination system fully SDMX compliant. So let me first switch off this to start the presentation. So by speaking about this trip, we can say that our trip just started in 2016 by a building capacity program that was supported mainly by the ISTAT, which helped to make the decision of adopting a new dissemination platform based on SDMX in 2017, and after that, so the work officially on the data migration to the SDMX format started in 2017, which is continued until now. And we aim to launch officially the platform in the end of the next month. So by speaking about this first step of the building capacity, the main target of this step was to consolidate INS, a statistician and IT dissemination team, as well as external data producer in SDMX concept and principles, modelization work, and the use of several SDMX applications that can help them to start migration, the migration work. Then a testing environment that was put in place, composed by several SDMX tools, and as the capacity building step was mainly led by ISTAT. So this environment was mainly based on ISTAT open source tools, and in other cases we also tried some tools already produced by ISTAT. This testing environment enabled INS in the first case to know more about their specific needs in terms of SDMX work, and in a second level, this feedback helped ISTAT on the development of their tools to be more adapted to a national statistical office. When we first stepped into the SDMX world, we just knew that we will not just or we don't have to reinvent the wheel, and we tried really to get the max benefit from the work done by the community. So our work of modelization was based on what was really realized by the community. So we were just taking structures, taking ideas, and trying to adjust these structures based on INS team. Exporting and consulting this structure helped us to decide and to validate this structure internally, but also with external SDMX experts, which helped us a lot in adjusting our vision. And after that, as we are working in different languages, and as this structure was mainly produced in English, so we were going through an additional step, which is the translation step, to translate our structure in Arabic and French, as they are the official languages used in our dissemination platform, and then validate this translation and this modelization and produce our final SDMX structure. And one of the main challenge that encountered the team in the beginning, that is to know who should do what. As in the beginning and in the capacity building program, everyone was trying to learn, everyone was doing, I can say, everything the work, and a lot of charge load or a lot of workload in the SDMX transformation work was concentrated in the dissemination unit. So after that, we tried just to find a kind of equilibrium in a way to dispatch the work in a satisfactory way between producers and IT team, in a way that structure proposition was made by the IT dissemination team. The validation of these structures and the translation of this structure was made mainly by the data producer, by the validation of the IT dissemination team, and the data transformation was also at the charge of the load of this data on the dissemination and the final dissemination tools was made by the IT dissemination team. Then comes work on the data transformation into the CSV format through some tools like the CSV, the Excel to CSV that was presented by Francesco, and the upload of this data on the SDMX web databases through Meta and the Data Manager, which was the main tool used by INS to upload the data on the web. This work was really a challenge for INS, as the process contained a lot of manual work and several problems transforming data, as the data in some amount of data was not really well harmonized in the beginning. So the process consists on exporting or obtaining Excel files from the producer, then trying to upload these files or transform these files to CSV files and upload them on the web. Try to concentrate this data in a dissemination SDMX database, and then just return back this data to the producer to make them own their SDMX data. From there, or from this step, emerged another challenge, is the need to put in place a new dissemination platform, as the current dissemination platform does not support to disseminate SDMX outputs. And from here come the idea to join the SISCC community and to adopt the .stat-v8 platform and the official start of cooperation with the OECD team. And based on this decision, we've started organizing our internal work, and after use of several tools, we tried to choose the most adapted ones to make the workflow that can cover the whole process from the collect to the dissemination in a very orchestrated way. So the workflow was mainly based on some internal tools that help data processing. Then once these tools are transformed on CSV, the data is uploaded on the data and the meta manager of the ISTAT that was already presented by Francesco. Then this data is pushed on the .stat platform that already feed all the web interfaces of INS. And as we see here, the technical, or before the technical architecture here, let me say that we succeed really after a lot of try and with a lot of support from the OECD team and the ISTAT team, connect these three spaces in a way to automatize the work between these three tools, in a way that we reduced a lot the manual work already done between in the dissemination, all the dissemination phase, and we have now just to manage the phase of data modelization and transformation. So the technical architecture behind this workflow is composed from three main spaces. two main spaces hosted internally, where the first one is dedicated to the management and the administration of SDMX data and structures. The second one is dedicated to the test of dissemination internally. The third one is dedicated to the final dissemination to the final users. So the first two spaces are hosted internally on the INS and managed directly by the INS IT team. And the third space is hosted externally on the national internet provider, but also managed remotely by the INS team. And by putting the touch, as I said in the beginning, that we are just preparing to go live in the end of the next month, we see that there is also a lot of challenges in this work to optimize this workflow. And there is a lot, maybe some, let's say, challenges, not problem, that encounter the team in just managing the versions of the different tools that we are working on, cohabitation of these tools, as some of them are working in different IT environments. And also, maybe sometimes we encounter some issues making available technical resources required for the proper functioning of this workflow, in addition to the adaptation of our human resources to the new technical requirements for their work, as we knew that community, or we know that the community is always working with the new technologies. So training their people always on this is not really evident for some national offices. So here comes the community support to help and resolve part of these challenges by making available free training courses, open source tools, and a great support really for its use and maintenance, in addition to some adapted and personalized solution. And here comes also a great thanks to as I said, to the OECD and ISTAT team for their support all along this process. Now, I can say that a great part of the work is somehow still concentrated in the or centralized in the dissemination department. So the next step for us consists on the creation of specific workspaces for data users on this environment, which will play the role of an intermediate space between the production and the dissemination, in a way to make the data producer feel more comfortable to work directly on their data through these spaces and push them in person to the dissemination space. And we know that the SDMX modelization work is somehow considered as an additional data load for the statistician, and mainly for the data producer. So, and especially for the newcomers to the SDMX world, our challenge consists on the automatization of the SDMX structure building phase and the data transformation. This would encourage more statisticians to join the team for sure, and minimize all the modelization and data transformation manuals. So this is these are our perspective for the next action plan after going in production. So wish us good luck. This is the general idea about INS experience, and I hope that maybe in the next conference we can have a new presentation with overwhelming challenges and a realized perspective. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation, and thank you also to the two speakers in this segment for being very executive and very disciplined in terms of time. You brought us back on schedule, which has the wonderful side effect that we now do have time both for questions and answers and a break. So let me pick up a question that for Francesco from the question and answer chat here. Francesco, you definitely piqued people's interest by saying it takes only 20 minutes to install all of this. There is a question here, is that meant for demo instances or for real production instances, including the setting up of backup, system availability, security, and application scaling, etc.? I'm sure you can elaborate those 20 minutes a little bit more.
Yes, thanks. Once the prerequisites are installed and running, it takes 20 minutes. It means that it is the responsibility of the organization to install the prerequisites, the database, activate the web server, and activate all the necessary features for security. Recently, we guided the people in web meeting with the few IT skills, and the installation was completed in less than 40-45 minutes with no IT skills. So the installation is very simple at the hand. Also from the feedbacks that we received from organizations that they install it by themselves. So.
Thank you very much for this clarification. There was a second practical question, that is that what is meant with cubes and subcubes in the ISTAT framework?
Yes, this is a part of the Cdmx theory. A data cube is a virtual representation of an Cdmx DSD. A data cube has a physical representation as a star schema in the database. This is a cube. Now, data flows can be seen as subcubes. But this comes from the Cdmx information model.
Okay, thank you very much for this explanation. And a third question is from Daniel, from my team actually, here to Francesco. Can you provide a high-level comparison of your toolkit versus the .stat suite? I mean, Daniel says that he sees a lot of similarities in some of the functionalities. Do you consider these tools as a low barrier entry set of tools for use in other national statistical office? Is there any plans to integrate the tools and the .stat?
Well, the differences are technical and functional reasons, in the sense that technologies are completely not the same, and the functions, the features that the two tools offer are sometimes are different. And the integration, it would be very difficult now, also because ISTAT is a part of the OECD Statistical Information System Collaboration community up to now. But 2 years ago, for these technical and functional reasons, decided to develop its own toolkit.
I am muted. That does not help. Thank you very much for the explanation, and we see how this evolves further, because I mean, one of the central themes that are here with all of the presentations here is close cooperation and coordination between the various tool providers and elements of the system here. Fadila, perhaps 2 questions for you. You mentioned an interesting aspect, which was the translation into multiple languages, because obviously in your country, I mean, you got many of the building blocks in English, but you work in Arabic and French. Could you tell us a little bit about your experiences with the translation?
Okay, INS Tunisia, as our official or 2 official main languages in dissemination are Arabic in the second level, and then French. So we were working automatically with this. And then when we were preparing ourselves to go officially live, so we start validating our translation to be able that this work is really correct. So we started 2 cooperation programs. The first one is with INSEE, the National Institute of Statistics and Economic Analysis of France, to validate the SDMX, the translation of SDMX artifact in French. This process is still going on. And the second one is the translation in Arabic was sent to be validated by the SDMX expert group in Arabic. So we've sent this translation. Maybe the process takes a bit more time than that was expected, but I think that we are going at least in the right way. Maybe during the last conference, I was sending a request to the community talking about this point, about the translation, that this is really an important point as the SDMX is spreading more and more into the Arabic countries and in Francophone countries, etc. So maybe putting a lot of efforts on this point to officialize really the production of SDMX artifacts and even documentation in different languages other than English can be very helpful for these countries.
Thank you very much for sharing this very important experience, and I hope, yes, also colleagues from around the world hear your plea. The very first step to bring such an important tool to countries is to also make it available in the various original languages, and of course at the UN we have 6 of those. So I think our primary focus has to be on translating, helping to translate some of the tools in order to make sure that they can actually be implemented at the technical level and communicated at that level in all countries. Did I just see a hand? I mean, Corey from Canada, did you want to ask a direct question? Maybe you will come back. We will definitely come back to you because we have a presentation from Canada. Maybe in the meantime, I can ask a second question to Fadila, and that is about the skills development and bringing these tools. Also, what did you do? How did you approach that with the human resource development? Because I mean, to be honest with you, I'm certainly not an SDMX expert, and sometimes when I look at these things, I always joke about with my expert colleagues that some of these things look very scary. So I think Francisco talked about 20 minutes implementation of the tools in a computer. That seems to be easy. I think it's much more challenging to implement and install the SDMX tools in the hearts and the heads of the people who have to work with them. So training becomes a very important element. Perhaps you can share a little bit of your experience, how you reached out, and you made one interesting remark that you said you had to bring together the dissemination and the IT people, because these are, I know this from my own office, they sometimes also inside the house speak different languages. So perhaps you can share a little bit with others. What was your experience? What did you do in terms of convincing people and training people?
Okay. In the beginning, the training was based on SDMX concepts and principles, so it was pure modelization work. That's why maybe the IT people in the beginning, they were not really feeling concerned by the process, because all that they want to focus on is installation, deployment of tools, etc. So once they deploy the tool on the computer, they feel as disconnected from the process. And then comes the idea to integrate them more and more in the process by making them own the tools in a way that, as the tools are open source, so we need to adjust these tools on our internal needs, etc. And here comes the training on the deployment and the development method of these tools. And here, and this is the way in which the INS engaged. And as Francesco said, in the deployment of SDMX tools, there is a lot of difference. There is tools that are very easily deployed and really where the installation is really easy, but when it comes to other tools, it's a little bit complicated. Here comes the support of the organization, and after that, I think that it's really a need to follow. I don't know how to say it, but for example, for the INS team, I know that we were really greatly supported by 2 great organization, which are the ISTAT and the OECD. So in each problem we were encountering, we were finding a technical team behind to support. But really, after that, you need to feel independent in a way to follow the required training. For example, the .stat platform is developed based on the DevOps environment, and really being so skilled in the DevOps environment on a team which is not used to use it, it's not really an easy task. We were following a training recently, as I said, as we are just going live soon. But I think that the team really needs so much work on the environment to feel more comfortable working with the technology. It's something that the community can discuss. I can't say that they will not use really always a very advanced technology, as the national offices does not have always the capabilities to pay capacity buildings for their internal team in this technology. I will not say that no, we will not make this kind of decision because other institutions cannot really follow the speed of the process. But maybe sometimes in some technological decisions we can take this in consideration in a way that to make it easier the deployment of SDMX platforms in several countries, if really we want to spread the community more and more.
Well, thank you very much for this very detailed answer. And I think human resources, and especially in the challenging environment of a multilingual developing countries, is something we need to pay great attention to. So thank you for elaborating your experiences, and thank you to both speakers in this segment, Francesco and Fadila. The good news is we have still all of our participants on board. We have not scared anybody away yet. We are still close to 300, so that is good. And because you were so clear and executive, we are exactly on time, and we can now take a little break of 5 minutes until we are all working on Mexican time here until 10:40 in Mexico, 10:40 a.m. in the morning in Mexico. So that is 5 minutes from now. So I invite everybody to take a little break. I'll refill my coffee cup and I'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello, this is Stefan again, session 2, SDMX Data Without Barriers. We've had 4 exciting presentations and we have 2 more to go. You may have noticed we started in the Far East and we have been traveling west throughout the session, and now we have landed in the Americas, and so we have the two remaining final presentations will be from Canada and Mexico. Let me briefly introduce first Canada. So Statistics Canada's journey toward successful data standardization and integration using SDMX. So, and we have, I understand, 2 presenters. First of all, Corey Chobanik, who is the director of the Center for Statistical and Data Standards at Statistics Canada, which provides key organizational leadership in terms of data stewardship, an important term we heard about yesterday. The mandate of the center is to provide timely, accurate, and client-centric support in the areas of statistical and bibliographic standards, metadata, data, and related information services. He has represented Statistics Canada at many levels, and in particular with regard to information management, metadata management, data management, and standards, of course. And he has, in his life, led significant transformational initiatives. And currently, he is doing so in the areas of open data standards and driving business outcomes and interoperability, innovation, harmonization, and digitalization. He is joined by his colleague Stefan Kret, who works as a manager for the same center in Statistics Canada. And since he joined Statistics Canada in the late 1990s, he held a number of positions working on IT systems and architectures, covering many statistical domains such as business surveys and national accounts. He's actively participating in many data and metadata related initiatives. For instance, he is a member of our SDMX statistical working group. So thank you. I know that these are the guys who do the really hard work and heavy lifting. And he's also co-leading the Government of Canada's reference data management working group, which oversees the development of reference data and provides best practices and guidelines to support Canada's federal data journey. So the floor goes to Canada. I do not right now know who will start, Corey or Stefan.
I'll start. Just to confirm, you can see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So thank you, Stefan, and for that warm introduction. I'm honored to be speaking to you from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe First Nation, to show respect to all Indigenous people who walk these lands. I'm here with Stefan Kret, as you mentioned, working within the Center for Statistical and Data Standards. And we'll be talking about Statistics Canada's journey towards successful data standardization and integration. First of all, I'd like to thank Stefan for his leadership over the last couple of years, and the journey that we've been on over the last couple of years actually started back in 2019 in Budapest, where me and Stefan were strategizing how we could move the yardsticks with respect to SDMX. We have found SDMX to be foundational in our current endeavors and many visions of the future, and I'll sort of walk everyone through our journey. You can't discuss about where we're going without discussing where we are now. SDMX has been invaluable for our agency's reporting needs. I'll give you some examples. The release of our aggregated dissemination tables are available in the SDMX format. Leveraging the standard has benefits for the data ecosystem in our nation, Canada. In the context of our Canadian partners, we're seeing more connectors built on top of the core standard to facilitate seamless exchange of data among various parties, adding value to the insights that we provide. The Fiscal Arrangements Act defined how federal governments make payments to the less wealthy Canadian provinces to equalize their fiscal capacity. Having reliable data is key for evidence-based parameter setting within this formula. For the last 3 years, we've been using SDMX to collect, standardize, harmonize provincial data to support the equalization payments. It's really smoothed the way for our organization. In regards to our international submissions, our reporting infrastructure is the core of how this process operates. Our solution has allowed our users to map and generate the SDMX files required by our international organizations. Given the number of data releases, our SDMX-enabled reporting infrastructure is helping us manage different aspects of our submissions, mapping rules, transcoding values, viewing the generated data, and sign-offs. In addition, our solution is underpinned by the Release Manager Scheduler, facilitating the management of our releases. These functionalities are critical given the high volume of our submissions. So next, I'm going to talk about where our organization is going. For the past several years, Statistics Canada has been modernizing to stay relevant and adapt to Canadians' rapidly changing needs. A number of factors have drove this decision to transform. We've heard all these discussions here. Advancements in technology, data revolution, proliferation of data and providers, increased demand of real-time detailed data. Our Enterprise Information and Data Management project is central to our IAM vision to help us better manage our internal data by improving our data architecture, data sharing capabilities, and interoperability. I'm leading this project. I'm under our Chief Data Officer, ensuring data is a strategic asset. We have to work with our partners in IT who are part of the CIO structure, a sister structure across from us. The outcomes that we're looking for cannot be accomplished without deep horizontal partnerships and a shared vision. We have to work together. This project is leading the charge with respect to SDMX. We've embedded it as part of our modernization journey, building capacity, advancing the adoption within our organization. The project has further transformed the way our agency manages our data, information, as well as our culture. It reduces internal threats, increases transparency, and most of all, helps us to provide the insights that Canadians want and deserve. The problem that we're trying to tackle is really complex and multidisciplinary. I think we've heard all these challenges. It will impact our business processes. We're trying to transform the way we manage our data and our information. I think a critical deliverable that Stefan and myself have been instrumental in is getting the SDMX standard approved for the management of all aggregate data within our organization. So it's not just one program, it's the entire organization moving forward from a governance approval perspective. So, the CDO function as well as the CIO function have to work together to ensure moving forward that the standard is part of everything that we do. SDMX has been playing a critical role in shifting our user-centric, developing more data sharing partnerships, and scaling up our statistical capacity. I'll talk about this a little bit more. During the first days of this conference, as well as even today, listening to all these great presentations, we've heard the value of metadata. We are a huge believer in this. You need quality metadata as part of the data. Our Enterprise Information and Data Management project has established some very ambitious goals with many outcomes. One of the ambitious projects is the Metadata Hub, which I'm presenting to you here. For a national statistical organization, managing metadata is very difficult work. We've made some advancements through great partnerships that have really paid dividends for our organization, allowing us to modernize rapidly. We're seeing that more and more international coordination and bilateral conversations in this space, which is really fantastic, sharing information. Similarly to central banks that need to integrate different standards such as XBRL and SDMX, a national statistical office is confronted with the same challenges. We need to spend time and effort to fully understand the strengths and weaknesses of our standards, our system of standards, to try and figure out ways to integrate them with a comprehensive ecosystem. Interoperability is central to this. Our Metadata Hub will give us the recipe how to integrate these standards and find ways to synchronize our metadata elements within our organization horizontally. I'll give you a couple examples, or I'll just give you one example. We plan to use SCOS and XCOS to manage our classification code sets. And afterwards, we need to replicate these codes to other standards such as SDMX, DDI, XBRL, and NEAM. We need to be able to provide data users with a single point of access to our metadata with standards at the foundation. As talked about, SDMX is at the core of our agency's data infrastructure. The standard has developed to facilitate exchange of data and metadata, in the international community. The capability to have rich metadata aligned with international classification standards by the adoption of established global code lists ensures the data can be easily integrated, which is a challenge for many countries. Within our agency, we've adopted the standard as this infrastructure and to facilitate the exchange of information. We see SDMX playing a large role in our data management as well as data stewardship. The data standard and rich tools available we've seen the ease of adoption in terms of cloud-ready capabilities that have supercharged our modernization efforts. In terms of data management, the forthcoming SDMX 3.0, which was announced, will provide us rich capabilities. We're really excited: geospatial, microdata, and big data. There are many projects that will be leveraging this. I'll just be talking about the one here today: the Global Environment for Economic Statistics. The ecosystem is modernizing the system of macroeconomic accounts with the goal of resolving ongoing operational issues. For instance, the program requires to integrate more than 500 data sources on a monthly basis. The current environment is approaching a critical mass of systems that do not speak one another efficiently. The processes, while functional, are not built upon common coding or information model. SDMX is the clear enabler for this project. It provides the foundation. We're seeing an increasing number of horizontal projects within our context involving multiple stakeholders and an external drive for more timely, granular, increased emphasis on data stewardship. In the near term, the technological approach for this project begins with using SDMX to document, organize the metadata for all programs in the Canadian system of macroeconomic accounts. The strong foundation of SDMX principles means we can approach the process of rebuilding stage with a technology agnostic mentality. The idea behind this approach is that by decoupling our metadata and data from our processes, we can program our modules using any tool or programming languages, which change frequently. We can easily replicate the same steps in other languages. So as an organization, we're not dependent on one type of software. This leads to an environment that's technologically flexible. As an organization, we're seeing the emergence of data hubs to provide national coordination of data and information. I think myself and Stefan go to a meeting a month on a new data hub for a new subject. Coordination requires strong data and metadata management posture, facilitate sharing of quality data in ways that are easily understandable and accessible. Data Hub is a repository containing a collection of data that's consolidated from multiple sources for sharing purposes. A data hub is well described with quality, standardized metadata, supporting powerful search and discovery. Data hubs are mainly focused on driving consistent semantics by a common model. What makes our data hubs valuable is our ability to integrate data that has been standardized and harmonized across themes. Standards play a pivotal role in ensuring that we can quickly integrate and understood. In our case, we're using SDMX to help achieve these features, especially in the areas of multi-domain statistics, as it deals with data and context beyond specific thematic approaches to outputs across economic, social, and environmental areas. I'll give you a couple examples. Our proposal to enable efforts of national quality of life framework by developing data and research hubs to report well-being indicators related to research and support Indigenous data capacity. Our vision of the Census of the Environment, featuring a comprehensive register of land, freshwater, ocean, and ecosystem assets, integrating up that biophysical environment data with a vast array of socioeconomic information available at StatCan and elsewhere, and the creation of a portal to disseminate this information. All these projects will be powered by SDMX based upon the approval of our internal governance. There are more to come. I can talk about census profiles, diversity inclusion, disaggregated data action plan. The list goes on. What are some of the lessons that we've learned? I've outlined how Statistics Canada has really hitched our wagon to SDMX. We're all in. So to speak with a few examples, during our modernization journey, we've realized we need to move the yardsticks with respect to data management, exchange strategies, metadata management, and standards and coordination. This direction is part of the Government of Canada too. At a strategic level, we're keenly interested to see where SDMX is going, especially our vision aligns with the roadmap 2025. SDMX is part of our agency's vision. It requires capacity building as well as multidisciplinary teams, as we've heard today. Standards, information technology, architecture, subject matter. Working in isolation is no longer an option. Horizontal partnerships are key. In order to maintain our dedication to high quality data outputs, our organization is eager to work with the international community. As we move forward, SDMX is a great standard to help us align our data for the Canadian context. Statistics Canada is eager to share what we've learned, at the same time learn from others. The community is stronger when we work together, and hearing the previous presentation, we heard the same messages. We're always eager to work with international partners. Our contribution in return will be to review the current tools and resources and learn where there are gaps and target our research and development to filling these gaps using open source tools. We also believe there's need to be more emphasis on adoption. We're taking SDMX as far as we can go internally, but there will be gaps to be filled. The international community is advancing the open source tools, and our organization has really benefited. We see the adoption as part of the overall strategy, and I would just like to thank you for the time to speak today, and I look forward to interacting and hearing from everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. We certainly, two things I take away. I mean, the word horizontal partnership came quite a number of times. And I think that is in many ways a very important message for all of us. And I'm very glad to hear also your reference to the Budapest 2019 meeting, so that you can actually, that meetings like this one do actually make a difference. They sometimes, even at the national level, bring people together that then move the goalpost forward. Just to clarify, would Stefan now add to your presentation at this point, or is he perhaps available later for questions if we have?
Yeah, so he'll be available for questions.
Wonderful. So thank you, Corey, for this great contribution from Statistics Canada. As usual, very inspiring. And that leads us directly to our last presentation for this session. Last but not least, of course, our dear host, the experience at INEGI's General Directorate of Economic Statistics with the use of SDMX for information exchange with the OECD. And I can introduce two authors and presenters. We have Bonifacio Martinez Jimenez, who studied a bachelor's degree in computer science in Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. And since 2007, he has been the IT director in the General Directorate of Economic Statistics at the INEGI, with great experience in systems and ICT since the early 1990s. He has a wide experience with systems for collection, processing, analysis, and the production of economic surveys, economic censuses, national accounts, price indices, economic administrators registers, and their metadata. And we are also having a contribution from Fernando Pineda. Ángel Fernando Pineda Solís received a master's degree in economics from the National Autonomous University of Mexico, where he also obtained his bachelor's degree and did his doctoral studies. He's been with the INEGI for 32 years and is currently the director in the National Accounting Office. And among his functions since 2017, he serves as the representative of national accounts with the OECD for the exchange of information in SDMX. He has extensive experience in all areas of economic statistics, national accounts, input-output tables, supply and use table, and price indices, and of course worked with many of the basic statistic projects, economic, population, agricultural census, household and establishment surveys, and administrative records. So we have a lot, very rich experience between those two experts from Mexico, and we are looking forward to their presentation. I don't know whether Bonifacio or Fernando, who will start.
Hola, buen día a todas y todos. Bonifacio Martinez.
Good morning, everyone. I am Bonifacio Martinez. We apologize. Fernando Pineda will not be able to present. He is fallen ill. So if you allow me, I will begin by sharing our presentation.
Bueno, está dividida en cuatro.
So our presentation is divided into 4 sections. The first one will be very quick. We're going to be talking about the background. This background pertains to the general experience of INEGI in 2013 through 2015, and it was at the 2008 national account system in which we started to change the base years for the Mexican SNA. Now, taking advantage of the opportunity of the fact that we had to restructure the conceptual part, the definitions part, and the intervention of the use of SDMX for this kind of standardization of concepts, catalogs, attributes, etc., we participated with all organizations that at that time were integrated into the project: the International Bank, the European Bank, Eurostat, the IMF, OECD, the UN, etc. And so within this group of experts, we participated along 2 lines. Fernando Pineda had worked on the conceptual part, and I myself worked on IT, which has to do with systems, databases, and processes. So in that way, we collaborated with this group in the structuring of DSDs, in which the creation of the DSD matrix was very important, which I'm not going to go into detail right here. However, all countries have these tables in terms of concepts and catalogs that were complemented with the participating countries and organizations, their codes for each table, their table IDs, their participant groups, if it had to do with G20, with the OECD, with Eurostat, etc. And so each of these was defined in a specific program providing details in terms of the classifying concepts for national accounts of each country, so that we could determine all of these DSDs in order to implement SDMX. So with this, what did we get as a result? We had a total of 83 DSD formats that we were able to work on with 51 catalogs each, and with different versions, from versions 1.1, 1.2 through 1.4. Those catalogs and their adjustments had an impact in the SDMX versions 2.0 to 2.1. During 2014 at INEGI, we worked on 53 formats or information flows in version 1.4 for national accounts in SDMX 2.1. So up until now, we had pilot tests 1.0 in which we defined the matrix, pilot test 2.0 in which we made some adjustments to attributes handled by each of the formats, and a pilot test 2.1 in which we made adjustments in terms of attributes established to dynamics. There, Eurostat made available a series of tools that could help in terms of conversions to SDMX, defining metadata, connecting to databases in order to generate SDMX, interpret, and change. Those are the tools that we started using at that time. With those tools, and at that time with Excel files, we were able to work in national accountings based on different periodicities, annually, quinquennial periods, 15 flows, quarterly, and short-term and regional, and at a national levels, 4 and 7. So those are the things we have been working on. And all of this experience, and this I will go into the generic model of the statistical production analysis phase. Afterwards, we worked on a norm for the production of statistics, which we call MP. And this consists in defining needs, documenting, building, capturing, everything having to do with processing, production, dissemination, and of course, the evaluation of all the elements for production of statistics. As they are defined, within those phases, we have been working with different systems, from end-to-end systems that allow us to capture information from the different devices that get information from censuses and surveys, etc., and all of those systems that are integrated in a central database by register, by repository, after which we apply a series of information validation processes. So all of this is integrated in databases based on statistical programs that we have at the General Directorate's office. So we have a series of systems in terms of capturing and processing from surveys, censuses, administrative indexes, among other things, and all of this represents the portfolio of the national account information that we have in Mexico. And we also integrated that work in a database that would allow us to do several things. On the one side, avoid a lack of confidentiality regarding that information. On the other hand, harmonizing and automating the different databases that could provide services to, on the one hand, dissemination, meaning that we could take information from there to the website. Right now, our website has two missions, one at the topic level for non-expert users that are looking for general information, and specialized information that is called programs. And that is where you can find all of that specific information. It also offers open data. And from this national accounting database is where we apply this database model that could provide an answer in terms of SDMX. So we have made serious progress in terms of modeling and databases in order to have all of that information available, as well as the metadata and that composition of the frames or specialized formats that the NSA system requires. Meaning information structured in a specific way, putting the information where it corresponds with their corresponding metadata, for example, institutional information. So these technical details are based on this model in terms of the automation tools and validation tools that lead to this flow of information. In this same scheme, you can see here another representation. What we have is a green database. That's the way we call it. And that's where we have the information and the metadata. And so it's through SQL and web services that we have defined that we do the mapping with DSDs in order to generate information flows. But we can also generate them through different tools in other formats in Excel. So this way of working goes beyond just tools. It's a process of capturing, processing, analysis, and production phase. And so this is where we connect with the dissemination phase within our national account systems based on SDMX. What considerations towards the future must we bear in mind for SDDS? We have this green database that is constituted in which we have already integrated the data and metadata that operate for these purposes, the DCAT standard. We also have for our national account systems all of the metadata from meta formats, all of those 53 that I was talking about based on SDMX standards in Spanish and English. And in the future, if we were to work with the IMF in SDDS, we could integrate based on each format or flow based on these standards in order to cover those needs. What are the conclusions? The experience that we have had in terms of the concept in order to complete all of our catalogs, attributes, dimensions, etc., regarding DSDs so that the national accounts information can be complete, and with the SDMX standard in order to make this exchange between systems so that we can have them in Excels or integrated in our databases. And when the time comes, if we define those formats in SDMX or SDDS standard, we could use this database with its model complementing all of the metadata that is lacking in order to work on this in an automated way. For this green database that I mentioned, we have everything having to do with economic surveys, censuses, administrative registries, and national accounts. So we are working on administrative registries because the sources are gigantic and the amount of information is enormous. So we're working on that. We are working on databases regarding traffic accidents, for example, and we still have to integrate many elements into our databases. However, that is where we're headed in order to comply with these standards. So that is the experience that we have gone through with the SDMX use and participation with development of tools and the use of said tools. And we have based our approach on the necessary tools to have databases in the different phases, in the phase of capturing, in the phase of processing, and production analysis prior to dissemination in order to eliminate all of these aspects in terms of confidential information in order to have a better flow of information, to better take advantage of the internet site, open data, SDMX, and generic tools that can be exploited through our site. I believe that that would be all on my part. That was the Mexican experience on behalf of Fernando Pineda and Bonifacio Martinez. Thank you so much. I'm available for any comments or questions that might arise.
Gracias, Bonifacio. Saludos.
Thank you, Bonifacio. Greetings to Fernando. Hopefully he will feel better soon enough.
Thank you Final presentations. We have a couple of minutes left before the conclusion of this session for questions and answers. Let's start with Canada. There is a question in the question and answer chat. Canada sounds so super organized. The question is Canada still doing any manual data manipulations, or is everything fully automatized in Canada?
How about if I take a crack and answer? I hope you can hear me.
Yes, Stefan, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So it'd be nice to be able to be in a situation where we don't have any manual work happening with our data, but I mean, in reality, it's very difficult to achieve that. There's many different areas where we need to do a lot of data preparation, data wrangling, data transformation, and all of these types of activities. As much as possible, we do want to automate as much as we can. I think the way we're seeing is interoperability is really at the key for us to be able to automate as much as we can, if possible. And this is where SDMX, I mean, has a lot of values. Being able to sort of look at all the different layers that make up interoperability in terms of either semantic alignment or providing the, I'd say, the technical framework that allows us to automate most of these activities. If I make a link to our international submissions initiative, I mean, we supply a lot of data, and in the past before SDMX, I mean, a lot of this work was very manual. Our subject matter analysts would have to take data from systems, extract them, and then copy them into very often Excel questionnaires or worksheets, and then send them off to the international organizations. Because we now have a solution that deals with SDMX, we're able to interconnect their systems together to make sure that we can flow the data into an SDMX format through mapping rules and submit them automatically to the different international organizations. I mean, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done because we haven't integrated all of the subject matter domains, such as we haven't integrated education or labor. These are the types of things that we will need to be looking at in the near future.
Thank you very much, Stefan. I think you just sent two very positive messages around the world. Number one is you really showcased in Canada in an excellent manner how SDMX is helping and moving things forward. But I think you reassured the whole world that even in Canada, not everything is 100% solved and perfect, and that there is a scope for joint learning and exchange of experience. And I know in Canada, you are always very open and very good in connecting to the international community. Perhaps one question for either you or Corey, I don't know who wants to take it. I mean, you have, I think, taken a very comprehensive view at the statistical value chain, and so, and the whole business process. I mean, where do you still see gaps in statistical standards and tools? And is there, where should we focus as a priority area? And what can the international community, that's of course one job I have, and I always ask the question, where can we best help in the coming years? I don't know whether Corey or Stefan wants to take that.
How about if I start now with maybe?
Yes, you start.
Okay, so I mean, in terms of gaps, I mean, I think I can share a few of the challenges that we're seeing. I mean, especially when we have to deal with many standards. Corey did mention sort of the central bank example where they had to integrate XBRL with SDMX and find interesting ways in how they can connect these standards together. We have the same, I'd say, sort of challenges when we talk about DDI. So Data Documentation Initiative as a standard is truly important to us and to our users, or especially our research users. And there's a lot of overlap, I think, between DDI and SDMX. So we need to find ways in making sure that we can integrate these standards more efficiently together. We sometimes feel that our experts are either SDMX experts or they are DDI experts. We need to try to find ways that we can sort of bring these two standards more in line. I think there is a lot of synergies that's happening right now, especially with EDI, the CDI initiative right now. But I think this is sort of a challenge that we're seeing that really needs to be sort of resolved, making it much easier for national statistical organizations to implement these standards across. The other area that we're seeing, I think, some challenges is when we do our international submissions, we've sort of come up with a scheduler to help I'll call them our SDMX coordinators or our data coordinators within the Bureau to coordinate the data activities, because there's so many different releases. And I think within SDMX, I'm not sure that we necessarily have these embedded. I know that we have provision agreements, we have great elements within SDMX, but to sort of bring in these scheduling activities is definitely a challenge. Really looking forward with the SDMX version 3 features. Referential metadata is definitely a big challenge within our organization. So we intend to really use what the version 3 will give us in terms of the simplicity of applying referential metadata within an organization.
Thank you very much. Corey, you want to add to that?
Oh, I think those are really great points. And I'll just make one point, and I did mention this in my speeches. We've really benefited from, the community with respect to the open source standards and the work that's taken place there, especially ISTAT, who presented today. So a really big shout out to the work that's gone there. And as part of our journey and the work that we're doing, we're really interested in, understanding where there are gaps with respect to the work that we need to do, and potentially working together on, where we can contribute back to the community. So, this is going to be part of our work over the next, I'll say, 12 to 24 months, is to really understand where the gaps are with respect to the different capabilities that we need as an organization, which I'm assuming other national statistical agencies would be interested in. So I think that's another area that we're looking to help and also work together within the community.
Thank you very much. And perhaps one final question to our friends from Mexico, Bonifacio. I understand that your original reason to enter into the SDMX universe and world was to improve the data reporting to the OECD, but I mean, you've also mentioned experiences with using SDMX to disseminate data. How do you have any comments on that? What are the challenges and benefits using SDMX for data dissemination?
Sí, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. The work began based on the fact that we needed to have the reports needed on behalf of international organizations based on SDMX. However, along the way, what we were able to identify was two things. On the one hand, the definitions of DSDs has to be considered by the different participants, meaning that if I'm going to provide information only to the United States, for example, we have to agree on the DSD in order to have back and forth flow. So that it was something that we were able to define or to determine, and that makes us compatible with international organizations in order to have information integrated in SDMX. Now, when it comes to dissemination, we did two things. On the one hand, we developed generic tools through the National Coordination Office of the Institute, through which we can connect to the databases and provide these services. SDDS is a basic DSD, because if not, there is no basic back and forth. That, I think, is part of the challenges as well as the benefits. Something else that we saw when we tried to build the frames or flows of the commercial balance, the trade balance in Mexico, on the one hand, is worked through INEGI, but also through the Bank of Mexico. So we had to be able to agree with these different institutions to coordinate on these matters, and so that these tools and databases could be connected in order to extract that information automatically. That is a challenge that became somewhat complex. And I think I also agree with what Stefan mentioned in terms of documentation standards for for these issues. So we go to censuses and surveys, etc., and we comply with those basic standards, and then we comply with information exchange with DK, and then we do DSDs, documented, standardized, in order to have exchanges through SDMX. So maybe if we created a joint kind of project to serve different ends, we could achieve good results and take advantage of a lot of the experience that we have throughout the entire process. I think that that is what I could comment regarding your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very concise and very clear answer. That takes us to the end of the session. I think one word we heard words that we heard time and again were coordination, cooperation, partnerships. So in one phrase, SDMX is teamwork, and it's teamwork at all levels, inside an organization, between the data specialists and the IT specialists across the national level to get different agencies, ministries together to speak the same language. And of course, with the international level and among international organizations. Teamwork, teamwork, teamwork. So I think that is perhaps the most important message to take away from this wonderful session with 6 great presentations. Let me say a few thank yous before we close the session. Thank you, first of all, to all the presenters and the 6 countries that shared us their experience. This is exactly the spirit that I like also at the United Nations. Thank you, of course, to the organizers, the INEGI and the IMF from the sponsors group for taking the lead. And my sponsors, colleagues, for making this global conference always possible. Thank you to you, those 264 that have still stuck with us and are listening to what we have here put together. And let me also at the end, thank you to my team. I'm only the director. I couldn't do much without the support of my team. So we had Ronald here and Sean, you've seen 2 of them, but also Abdullah in the background. Kosalov is doing a lot of work to support me in the SDMX team at UNSD. So thank you very much. You have a few minutes of break before the next session starts. I wish you a good rest of the day, evening, wherever you are, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you. Bye.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. I'm Louis-Marc Ducharme, the Chief Statistician and Data Officer and the Director of the Statistics Department at the IMF. So it's really a great pleasure for me to welcome you to this third session of the SDMX conference. In this session, we will discuss how international, regional, and national organizations are leveraged the SDMX to make their data more accessible and easier to consume for their user. Before we start, let me provide you some overview of the structure of our session. In this plenary session, we will have two presentations followed by question and answer. After completion of the plenary session, attendees can choose one or two breakout rooms they would like to join, and please select the link that is in the agenda. Lastly, before we move on with the presentation, please remember to enter your question in the Q&A box. And if we have time, we'll try to answer your question at the end of each presentation. Presenter will also answer directly the question in the Q&A box. We will also have a few minutes at the end of the session to answer other question and answer. So let's move on to our first presentation today, and it's on the SDMX use in the IMF Data Dissemination Standard. Niall O'Haley from the Data Governance and Service Division of my department will deliver this presentation. Niall is a senior economist at the IMF. He has keen interest in data and analytics and has worked on a number of projects, both at the fund and with member economy, particularly in the field of property price statistics. He has recently joined the Data Dissemination Standard team of the IMF Statistics Department. Without any further ado, Niall, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Louis-Marc. So I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. Hello and good afternoon, good evening, and good night. As Louis-Marc mentioned, I'll provide a little detail on the IMF data dissemination standards and discuss how SDMX has become an integral part of them. I will cover the progress made working with national authorities to implement SDMX-enabled national summary data pages since 2015, including in Africa, which has benefited from collaboration with the African Development Bank. Finally, I will touch very briefly on how SDMX 3.0, the new standard, might benefit our own standards-related work. So the IMF data dissemination standards were developed to enhance the availability of macroeconomic and financial statistics through dissemination of key series on national summary data pages, or NSDPs. In doing so, they promote the development of transparent and sound statistical systems. Now, we currently have 3 tiers within the standards, with progression encouraged from the lower through to the higher. The lower being the Enhanced General Dissemination Standard, which was introduced in 2015. There was a precursor to the EGDS, which was the General Data Dissemination Standard. Prior to then, the big change with the Enhanced General Data Dissemination Standard was the introduction of SDMX-enabled national summary data pages. We also have the Intermediate Special Dissemination Standard, which has been around for quite a long time, since 1996. And then finally, the top tier, which is the Special Dissemination Standard Plus, or SDDS Plus, which was introduced in 2012. And again, SDMX-enabled NSDPs are a key component of this standard. So in terms of the coverage of domains, looking at the EGDS, the basic standard, as an example, we have 15 data categories under 4 macroeconomic sectors, and you could see those in the table to the right. So they cover real sector, fiscal, financial, and external. The SDDS, the intermediate standard, requires some additional data categories and increased timeliness and periodicity. the STDS Plus. Again, the requirements are higher and complementary to and consistent with the G20 data gaps initiatives. Both the STDS and STDS Plus also require publication of an advanced release calendar against which performance is assessed. So the EGDS and the STDS Plus feature as a key element of those standards is the use of SDMX enabled national summary data pages. So to give an example of what one of these pages looks like, I have taken a screenshot of the NSTP for Canada. What you can see, this is a very standard presentation across different countries in different regions, but all being members of the STDS Plus. The EGDS national summary data pages actually look quite similar. So there's a very similar look and feel, but there's just a little bit less expected in terms of the indicators. So this page really represents a hub for key macroeconomic and financial indicators, and it provides easy access to SDMX data, a link back to where that data, where those data are posted on the national website, and also then metadata around individual categories and in fact their series. And these NSDPs are hosted on national websites. So in this case, the page we're looking at is hosted on the Stats Canada website, and links are also found on the IMF Dissemination Standards Bulletin Board, the DSBB, which then acts as really a one-stop shop where data can be found for a very large number of countries in this very uniform way. So moving then to the progress of the standards over time, in 2015, we can see that there were only 8 enabled SDMX NSDPs, and these were from countries that were really representing those with some of the highest statistical infrastructures at that time. So 8 of those countries and all members of or adherents to the STDS Plus standard. In just a short 5 or 6 years, we have a very different picture now, where we can see we moved to 26 STDS Plus countries from 8. So we had 18 countries progressing from a lower standard through to the highest tier. 4 STDS countries have adopted SDMX technology. That's something that they wanted to be part of this really international initiative and collaboration on SDMX. And then I guess the big success story would be the 66 EGDS countries that now have SDMX enabled NSDPs. So in total, in a short space of time, we go from 8 SDMX enabled NSDPs to 96, which is quite an achievement. Okay, so with this large take-up of NSDP, of SDMX-enabled NSDPs across different regions, this does bring some challenge in terms of heterogeneity, both in respect of the data that are being published, methodologies being used, the way the data are presented, are published on national websites. And for us, SDMX has really been integral to our work on NSDPs, in particular with respect to this key challenge we face, addressing heterogeneity across wide coverage in terms of countries and also data domains. Improving comparability is, of course, a very important component of our work. And the SDMX-enabled NSDPs are really complementary to the work that we also do by contributing to methodological manuals and standard classifications, all of which serve to increase comparability in data across countries. So from the user side, then the NSDPs offer a consistent user experience that can be found via our DSBB hub. There's a standard content and layout, very similar to what we saw with the Canadian page. There are timeliness requirements, so there's some degree of predictability around when data will be available. And there's also transparent and accessible referential data and metadata. So we understand a lot more about how the statistics are compiled and under what conditions. And of course, for the SDMX data, also then, these are machine readable data, and queries are repeatable. We can also disseminate or assist countries to disseminate quite long and detailed series of data, both in respect to time and detail, as I said, within single SDMX files. So for the compiler, we see that the main benefits to adopting the SDMX-enabled NSDPs include really that the technology is widely adopted and used within official statistics. This is not a bespoke product used by a small number of countries, very, very widely adopted, and of course supported by the international agencies. And the use of then this common technology fosters collaboration, both among national agencies. We may have central banks, ministries, and also national statistical offices, for example, contributing to SDMX-enabled NSDPs. Also collaboration then internationally between national, international, and regional agencies. For the user, as I previously noted, some benefits include the transparency afforded by common data structure definitions. So how we can interpret a data series and the metadata and referential data around them. Queries on these data are repeatable across domains, countries, and over time. So it's quite an efficient way to pull in data and use it. Routines are scalable. So the number and length of time series does not really complicate for the user the process of downloading and interpreting these data. And also then, at least for the STDS Plus and STDS countries in particular, there's some enhanced reliability that might come with monitoring adherence to the standards. So again, as I mentioned earlier, this idea of predictability across when data will be available. Of course, that's helped by the use of the advanced release calendars, which national statistical offices in particular tend to have themselves, but we also require that those advanced release calendars are posted on our DSBB hub for the two higher standards. So in terms of the bilateral support that we offer to compilers, technical assistance takes the form of capacity building covering methodological advice and also entry to the standards and SDMX usage. So setting up these NSDPs and then also maintaining them over time. We have all learned to adapt and become, I think, flexible in terms of how we deliver our technical assistance, training, seminars, and conferences. So very much working remotely. And we'll see from a graph that I'll show shortly that there hasn't been a slowdown in terms of at least this particular year in terms of the work that we're doing with other agencies and countries. And we do also help national agencies to build, maintain, and refresh knowledge of dissemination techniques. Of course, we understand that staff change is a reality in international and national agencies. So we do our best to help countries to maintain or refresh their knowledge of dissemination techniques, including SDMX. The IMF also maintains SDMX Central, which is a hub with web services to create and read XML files. And that can be found just by Googling SDMX Central. And then we also do some work on the data structure definitions. We have our own ECOFIN code list, which is a single DSD for reporting the NSDP components across domains. And the statistics department also supports the development and maintenance of internationally agreed or global code lists. So a case study in terms of collaboration, I had noted earlier that we do see SDMX as having significant benefit in terms of fostering collaboration at the national and international levels. So I wanted to showcase a collaboration with the African Development Bank, in terms of our joint work on the African Information Highway, which we benefit from. So the African Development Bank launched this initiative to set up open data platforms across multiple domains of statistics, from social, macroeconomic, and financial. And these platforms have been implemented in all 54 African countries. Our partnership with the AFDB, which was initiated in 2015, allows us to leverage the ODPs to host national summary data pages. And together with the AFDB, the Statistics Department of the IMF has conducted dozens of joint missions for assisting countries to enter into the EGDS standard and adopt SDMX-able NSDPs. Missions have been conducted in English, French, Spanish, and Portuguese. So we have a very wide spread of countries. To date, the collaboration has resulted in the launch of some 13 national summary data pages. Work on 4 more is currently underway. And in total, we've provided more than 10 outreach and training seminars, which are particularly important at this time to help our member economies to maintain their skills in this area. So finally then, just a very high level look at how SDMX 3.0 might help our work, seeing as this is the new standard which this conference showcases and celebrates. We've picked out 3 areas of particular interest to us. One is the support for code list extensions. This would allow the IMF Statistics Department to maintain a smaller centralized indicator code list for our own ECOFIN code list, while extending that code list on a per country basis to support country specific concepts. So it gives us some flexibility to maintain a shorter, perhaps more manageable or interpretable code list, while at the same time allowing us to address the many country specific concepts that arise when we have a very large coverage. We also hope that the new standard will bring some support for geospatial data, in particular in terms of creating new possibilities for organizing and disseminating data spatially alongside traditional national and country grouping presentations. So for example, use of geospatial data may have particular advantages for looking at impacts of climate change on particular subnational or regional groupings that might not be normally referred to in the standard presentations of data at international level. And finally, then, the change to allow, or the enhancement to allow for discriminated unions of code lists. This would mean that it would allow the IMF to better support sharing of data through the DSDs that we maintain, but are compiled according to different manuals or classifications. So as an example, in the case of the COICOP classification, which is used for the Consumer Price Index, this discriminated union of code lists would allow countries to report either in terms of the 99 COICOP classification or the new 2018 classification, which is slowly being adopted by countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Niall, for this excellent presentation. We'll probably have a minute or two for a question. Let me see if there's any in the question and answer box while people are thinking about their question. You mentioned that the SDMX was mainly used with the 2 of the 3 data standard. What are the plans to increase the use of SDMX among the middle tier, which is DSDDS+? And you also mentioned collaboration with the African Development Bank. Is this collaboration will continue, and what are the plans?
Yeah, so I'll maybe start with the second question first. The collaboration continues. Just this year, we have 4 missions that have either been are in planning stage or are currently underway. Joint work with the African Development Bank. We've also held 2 refresher training courses for SDMX technology. They were done remotely, So yes, this ongoing collaboration with the AFDB is very central to our work in the region. And in fact, I guess we would also be open to partnering with other agencies in other regions to adopt that type of collaborative approach. The AFDB, of course, have the boots on the ground in the region, and we find it very, very helpful to work with our colleagues there in this area. On the issue of SDDS adoption of the SDMX enabled NSDPs, but certainly a considerable part of that progression comes through promotion to the SDDS Plus standard. So we have had 18 countries move onto the higher tier, which brings the SDMX enabled NSDPs. We've also had 4 countries who, while remaining within the SDDS standard, have chosen to adopt SDMX enabled NSDPs, join this international kind of collaborative approach. And we're open to supporting other SDDS countries to also adopt SDMX enabled NSDPs and to help them in those efforts.
Thank you, Nayan. Thank you for this clear explanation. We will move now to the next presentation, and it's my pleasure to invite Denis Kofi to deliver his presentation on SDMX powered streamlining of statistical dissemination at the Pacific community. Denis is an advisor in the Statistical Information System for the Statistics for Development Division of the Pacific Community. He is currently leading the implementation of an SDMX-powered .stat suite statistical database as a one-stop shop for official statistics about the Pacific region. Denis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for this opportunity to present the work that is going on at the Pacific community in the area of SDMX. I don't know if you have all heard about the Pacific community. The Pacific community is an international development organization, and it's the principal scientific and technical organization in the Pacific region. It was founded in Australia in 1947 by 6 participating governments that had administered territories in the Pacific Islands region. Today, it is owned and governed by its 26 country and territory members that are Australia, France, New Zealand, United States, and 22 Pacific Islands countries and territories, which you will see a list in the next slide. The headquarters of SPC are in Noumea, New Caledonia. So at SPC, most of the SDMX work is carried out under the umbrella of the Pacific Data Program, or PDH. This is a program aiming to improve access to Pacific data. It includes a series of deliverables related to document and data accessibility, and also some activities in outreach and capacity building. So the Pacific Data Platform is composed of 4 main applications publicly accessible on the web. We have a data catalog that is a register of Pacific-related information resources. The data catalog references essentially documents, but also registers data sets from other PDH applications. So we have .stat, which is the online statistical database, and provide access to structured statistical data sets about the Pacific in a public way. It is managed by the Statistics for Development Division of the SPC. We have also a module that is called Pacific Map that offers map-based visualization of statistical and geospatial data contained in the PDH. And finally, we also have a microdata library that holds documentation about censuses, surveys, and other data sets for preservation purposes, and also to facilitate microdata access requests. So in terms of underlying technologies, the data catalog is an instance of CCAN. The microdata library works with NADA, Pacific Map with TERIA, and PDH.stat is an implementation of the .stat suite published by the Statistical Information System Collaboration Community. So why SDMX? The use of SDMX at SPC has been driven by the selection of .stat suite as the new dissemination platform for statistics in the context of the Pacific Data. So the main use case is really to disseminate data. We don't really collect and exchange data with SPC members using SDMX. It's really a focus on data dissemination. SDD dissemination activities consist mainly of redisseminating data and producing regional data sets. The implementation is still relatively recent. It started in 2019. So the volume of data is still relatively limited, but growing over time. So we have about now 70 data flows for 1 million observations. So the three main cases we have in this dissemination process from SDD is that SDD statisticians collect data from national statistical organizations or national central banks and produce consolidated tables covering as far as possible all Pacific Island countries and territories, sometimes with aggregates per Pacific subregion, so for the whole Pacific region. We have also, in some cases, data that is harvested from other international agencies about Pacific Island countries and territories. So we have about 15 flows like this for the moment. One of them, as an example, is the collection of currency exchange rates from IMF International Finance Statistics that is used to convert all amounts in US dollar to facilitate comparisons among Pacific Islands. Then the third case is in some cases we produce indicators directly from the microdata library when countries have provided appropriate data license agreements. So the implementation at SPC relies on .stat suite, Python, Excel, and PostgreSQL. SDMX is used at the very beginning and at the end of the process, as you can see in the diagram. A series of business functions is supported for different phases of the business process. In particular, the generation of database tables and data collection templates with support for structural data validation. Some processing is also integrated, possibly, and at the end of the process, data is made available on a wide range of dissemination channels. So these channels can be grouped in four categories. So we have the Data Explorer, that is the graphical user interface part of the .stat suite. It allows navigating large multidimensional data sets in a user-friendly way. At SDD, we are also considering the possibility of providing tenanted versions of the Data Explorer for national statistical offices who would require it. So the idea is to be able to provide a Data Explorer that is hosted by SPC, but with a national look and feel and a national subset of the regional database. So another case is when data is embedded in websites using reusable web components. This is something we are promoting and working on at the moment too, notably with WordPress. Also, we make data accessible with different plugins. Currently, we support Excel, Power BI, R, Python, and Stata. And finally, data is exposed in its most basic form through the SDMX API directly. At SDD, we currently produce dashboards for our websites using the reusable web components, for example, with the SDG dashboard, or we have also dashboards that rely on the Power BI plugin. So we have, for example, a nice trade dashboard for the moment that connects directly to the SDMX API. So in SPC's implementation, we use SDMX at the dissemination end, but also at the design end of the process at the beginning. So the structure of statistical outputs are defined and stored in SDMX in the initial phase of the process, where we have the stat acting essentially as a metadata repository. Statistical products are modeled by reusing SDMX templates and by reusing, as far as possible, common concepts and code lists that are standard for the Pacific Data Hub. This way, products are composed by reassembling available semantic building blocks, and this brings significant efficiency gains at the design phase of the process. When SDMX product specifications are ready, database tables and data collection templates are generated automatically. This is done with domain-independent application building blocks written in Python. output products, database tables, Excel templates are then prepared, produced, and support a major part of business function listed in the previous slide. This is the case for structural validation, comparison of data with previous version, and also storage of data with the preservation of the revision history. So this approach is metadata driven. It is quite efficient, as the main part of the work for setting up a new process consists of defining the data structure in SDMX. Nevertheless, we need to implement possible processing steps in the database manually for the moment. This covers, depending on the case, interpolation, combination of data sets, for example, for currency conversion or calculation of values per capita, also calculation of derived indicators such as variation rates or proportions of totals. So this way, data inside the Pacific database is interoperable by design, as it is all based on the same templates and common concept and code list. So there's a high level of consistency within the database. So SDMX so far has been a great opportunity to streamline and optimize the statistical process at SPC and in the statistics division of SPC. So the challenges encountered so far, I list mainly three key challenges we have encountered now. Is the complexity of the SDMX model first for data users or web developers that have to deal with it. So example of this is acquiring labels for code or the list of actual codes used in a data set. This can be a bit difficult for users that are not acquainted with the SDMX model. Another challenge is about modeling practice. This is quite heterogeneous across the world. And in some cases, data is not really modeled as multidimensional data cubes, but sometimes indicators are collapsed in indicator labels, which may limit interoperability and hamper linkability of data across organizations. Then there are some additional challenges resulting from the SDMX model itself or from use cases that were not supported initially by SDMX in version 2 and 2.1, or for instance, the support for multiple measures and for microdata, or some aspects about linking data and metadata. So the first point, I believe, about complexity of the model is inherent to SDMX and will most likely not be solved, I think. Issues in the third point seem to be largely addressed in SDMX 3.0. So microdata support and things like that are really addressed strongly, I think, in the new version of the standard. The second point is perhaps the second point on quality and consistency of data modeling across organizations is perhaps an aspect on which the SDMX community could be more active. Actually, there are modeling guidelines that are published as part of the SDMX content-oriented guidelines, but perhaps there's room for some work there to harmonize the modeling practice across organizations across the world. So thank you.
Merci, Denis, for this excellent presentation. We'll now move to the question while people are thinking about it. I was listening to your presentation, Denis, and I understand that the Pacific Data Hub relies mainly on data collection from statistical agency and central bank. And I was curious to know if the Pacific Commission provide SDMX training to build capacity for those countries to disseminate their data in SDMX format. And is there any scope for collaboration with other agencies?
No, we do not support countries in the area of SDMX for the moment. It could be at some point, but we are working with other agencies on the question and trying to coordinate at a relatively high level for the moment. But no, IMF is working with some countries in the EGDDS context in the region. We have also colleagues from ADB who are working also on this question, but at this point we are not supporting countries in the implementation of SDMX.
Thank you. I have another question for you. You mentioned a few challenges that are still need to be resolved. Some of them have been resolved with the version 3.0. If you had to pick one of the challenge that you had underlined, if we were building a version 4.0, what that version should resolve first?
But for me, I don't know. It's in my experience at SPC in particular for collecting data from international agencies, because we have about 15 data flows from agencies. I think the standard is quite mature at the level of interoperability, but in the level of data structure, modeling and things like that. But really the level of semantic interoperability could be increased by promoting more consistent data modeling approaches and perhaps trying to promote the adoption of data modeling guidelines and things like that. I think perhaps in the future it could be useful to try to standardize a little bit at higher level the data modeling and data transmissions really at the level of content more than at the level of structures and syntax and things like that, or meta model. It is quite mature for the moment. I think probably the very useful evolution in the future would be to try to really strengthen semantic interoperability by standardizing content more and modeling practice.
Thank you, Denis. We have a question for Niall in the box, and I'll read it for you, Niall. Is data being pulled query from the reporting agency? If the reporter have public SDMX REST web services, are they listed somewhere? Niall, the floor is yours.
Yes, thanks, Louis-Marc, and thanks, David, for the question. We do pull data from the reporting agencies. However, public SDMX web services are not listed on the DSBB at this point, but maybe that gives us an idea for future work. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Niall. I don't see any other question in the box. I think we're just on time for closing this session. So first of all, let me thank the two presenters for excellent presentation, and everybody else that have joined us in this plenary session where we had an opportunity to learn a bit about the experience of the IMF and Pacific community, which are leveraging SDMX data availability for member countries to build a regional data hub. And we will now have a short 5-minute break before we move to the breakout rooms. For those of you who want to stay in breakout room 1, chaired by Laurent Salin, you can stay in this call, and to the others, you have to join using the Zoom link provided in the agenda share in the chat. So thanks for everybody. And I have a question for Denis. What is the more challenging technical setup, data modeling, and system integration? Denis.
Sorry, could you repeat?
The question is, what is more challenging, technical setup, data modeling, or system integration? And 30 seconds.
Data modeling, I think, can be very tricky. Yes, because how to say, models are not natively how to say expressed in to comply with the SDMX model as metadata rich, multidimensional, and things like that. Legacy content or regular tables that are available from everywhere that are not modeled according to the SDMX paradigm can be very challenging in this sort of way.
Thank you, Denis. And to all of you, I invite you to go to the breakout rooms and have a great day. Thanks. Merci. Gracias.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Laurence Alain. I am the Chief of the Data Governance and Services Division in the IDIOMA Statistics Department, and I'm also the Chair of the SDMX Secretariat. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this breakout session, which will further explore how SDMX makes data usage easier. We have 4 presentations in our session today. I think it's going to be a very rich discussion. And we will have about 15 minutes for each presentation, which will hopefully leave us a bit of time at the end for a Q&A. These presentations, as I mentioned, are very rich, and so I do hope we'll have a chance to exchange on them before the end of the session in about an hour and 15 minutes. So without further ado, let me check if our first presenter from Côte d'Ivoire is here. Is Mr. Seribou here?
Yes, yes.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Seribou. It's a pleasure to welcome you. Let me say maybe a few words of introduction before you start your presentation. So it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Évariste Seribou from Côte d'Ivoire today. Mr. Seribou is an open data platform administrator at the National Statistical Office of Côte d'Ivoire. He has a PhD in remote science and geographic information system from the Université Félix Houphouët-Boigny in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. And he will talk to us today about the progress of the performance indicators related to SDMX dissemination in Côte d'Ivoire. Mr. Seribou, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen.
We can see your screen.
I'm going to talk. Yes, I see my screen. Okay. I'm going to talk today about the evolution of performance indicator relating to SDMX dissemination in Côte d'Ivoire. My presentation have 4 steps. The first step is the presentation of the platform. The second one is the presentation of performance indicator relating to the dissemination of data in SDMX format in Côte d'Ivoire. The first step is the action taken from 2019 performance indicator related to the dissemination of SDMX, and the first step is the chart in SDMX format in Côte d'Ivoire. In introduction, I'm going to say that the problem of dissemination open data portal certainly has a not negligible alternative to solve the problem, given the numerous benefits that the platform brings to the field of data management.
It looks like we may have a connection issue with Mr. Seribou.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We are no longer able to
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, I'm going to continue. I can continue.
Yes, you can continue, but we can no longer see your screen.
Okay.
So,
I'm going to...
Mr. Seribou, let me offer something.
Yes,
if you would like, we can share the presentation from our end, which might make it a little bit easier. And then you can speak to the presentation. That way you don't have to worry about the presentation. We will share it from our end. I think that might make things a little bit easier for you. Does that work?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yamil, can you? Thank you. There you go. I think you were on the introductory slide, right? Slide 2? Okay, is that where you were?
Oh, slide 4.
Okay.
Slide 4.
There you go.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
I was saying that the problem of dissemination of data in Africa countries is crucial. The advent of the open data portal is certainly a not negligible alternative to solve this problem. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to share with you the experience of Côte d'Ivoire in the dissemination of statistical and economic data with the open data portal. Next slide. The next one. Okay, presentation of open data portal. The open data portal have two main elements, the home page and the data catalog. Next. Okay, the home page of Côte d'Ivoire. On the home page of Côte d'Ivoire, we can see data relating to population and employment rate, GDP, and money, and etc. Next slide. The data catalog is a platform that lists data sets available on the platform. Data catalog works with directories. Next. Okay, the next one. Okay, presentation of performance indicator relating to SDMX dissemination in Côte d'Ivoire. You can please show the previous one. Okay, the first indicator is the number of data sets posted on the open data platform. Go on. The second indicator, go on. The second indicator, go on. The second indicator is the number of consultation online data set to the platform ODP. Go on. Okay, we have on 2015, we have 8 consultations. On 2021, we have 3,620 consultations. Go on. Okay. Okay, we have also as indicator the number of persons trained in the use of open data platform for the dissemination of data in SDMX format. We have two kinds of person. We have workers and students. Go on. Go on. This is an example. Go on. Go on. Okay, the evolution of number of persons trained in the use of open data portal platform for the dissemination of data. In 2015, we have 20 persons. On 2021, we have 190 persons. Continue. Continue. Okay. Action taken from 2019 to 2021 to improve performance indicator relating to the dissemination of data in SDMX format in Côte d'Ivoire. In 2020, we have trained 41 students from the National School of Statistics Applied Economics. We have also trained 16 contributors of the multi-sector nutrition platform of Côte d'Ivoire. It was financing for the first by the state of Côte d'Ivoire and the second by UNICEF. Okay, continue. In 2021, we have trained 43 students from the National School of Statistics Applied Economics, financing by the state of Côte d'Ivoire. We have trained 54 officers from main departments of the ministries, and it was financing by World Bank. We have also trained 20 agents of the National Institute of Statistics and the sectoral services of the ministries in the handling of the platform open data financing by ADB. Next. In 2022, we are going to also train the students of the National Statistics School, financing by the state of Côte d'Ivoire. We are also going to train 54 officers from main department ministries, financing by World Bank. We are also going to train 20 agents of the National Institute of Statistics, financing by ADB. Okay, it is the same for the year 2023 and the year 2024 and 25. Okay, continue. Okay. Okay, in conclusion, we can say that the platform, the ODP platform, is a platform with many potential. It is a user-friendly platform. It is a data security platform. Continue. And for Côte d'Ivoire, data always available on time, at all time, in all place, in all forms, and in several file formats. Data increasingly accessible for the general public. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seribou, for this a very comprehensive presentation. I think the data, including your presentation and the increase in access by the public and the consultation and the hits on your SDMX pages are really, really impressive. And equally, the training program that Côte d'Ivoire has been putting in place to ensure that there are the availability of staff across agencies to use and to leverage this technology is equally impressive. So thank you very much for that. And I'm sure there will be questions for you from the participants at the end of the session. Thanks again.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll move on now maybe to our panelists from Rwanda. Jean-Claude Nyirimanzi. Jean-Claude, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, Jean-Claude, depending on your time zone. So let me welcome you to the session. So Jean-Claude Nirimanzi is a team leader in charge of research, dissemination, and data revolution at the National Institute of Statistics of Rwanda. And you have contributed to the design of the second national strategy for the development of statistics of Rwanda. And Mr. Nirimanzi holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics from the University of Rwanda and a master's in communication management and development from the European University in Rome. Mr. Nirimanzi, we're very happy to welcome you to this session, and we look forward to your presentation of Rwanda's experience with the EGDDS. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can. You may want to switch to presentation mode to make sure we can get the full view. Perfect.
Okay
thank
now?
you. Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you said, I'm working for the National Institute of Statistics of Rwanda, and I'm pleased to share our experience in using or working on enhanced general data dissemination standards and our journey to subscribing to the Special Data Dissemination Standards, SDDS. So my presentation will be having the following parts or components. I will talk about the background of our statistics office. I will again talk about the background of EGDDS in Rwanda. I will tell you what is done so far and how we are monitoring the national summer data portal. I will talk about the benefits of NSDP, and then I will talk about challenges. At the end, I will talk about the way forward, how we are now planning for the improving it. As background, the Statistics Office of Rwanda was created in 2005 with the mandate of production and dissemination of official statistics from survey, census, and we are now starting piloting some big data activities. We are also having the mandate coordinating the national statistical system, including a national strategy for the development of statistics called the NSDS. We are now on the third one. We have also the training center. This is the picture of training center that has capacity of hosting up to 1,000 people in together. But because of COVID-19 pandemic, we are now following some measures, and the number of participants should be reduced. For what is regarding the EGDDS and how we have started and where we are in Rwanda, by the second NSDS, Rwanda was having a name of subscribing to Special Data Dissemination Standards, SDDS, but with the NSDS2, we have not achieved the target. That's why the same objective has been taken back into the third NSDS. But we are on track as a preparatory stage towards SDDS. We have now subscribed to enhanced GDDS or EGDDS. What is done so far with EGDDS? As a history, a mission from IMF Statistics Department visited Rwanda, the Statistics Office, in 2017 to implement the enhanced data general data dissemination system, EGDDS. And that time, a national coordinator of EGDDS was nominated. I am the one. Sometime later, like 2 months later, the national summary data page was established, and now it is operational since September 18th, 2017. And as you know, it is using Cdmx technologies. The national summary data page is regularly updated by responsible institutions. Institutions have been identified to regularly update the national, the NSDP. All GDDS requirements are respected, and every month we are receiving a report from IMF that help us to know how we are updating the NSDP. So this is the national summary data page, and it is having, as of today, 22 database, 15 from macroeconomic and the financial data domain. We are having the macroeconomic, again, another group of 4 database. We are having just one demographic and socio-economic indicators, but we have also other 2 additional ones that we are updating as regular as possible. How do we monitor the EGDDS towards SDDS? As I said, institutions have been identified to keep updating or publishing their statistics. This is the National Statistics Office, NISR. The second one is the Central Bank, Banque Nationale de Rwanda. The third one is the Ministry of Economic and Financial Planning. And then the fourth is the Rwanda Stock Exchange Office or Department. So our database are in real statement, fiscal and financial, and external debt statistics. We update our statistics on NSDP daily in 6 weeks. Some data or database are updated within 8 weeks or 1 month or 3 months. This is also the periodicity of SDDS as of today for requirements to subscribe to SDDS. So we have benefits of NSDP as of today. It is a tool of dissemination at national and global levels, because we are updating every time on regular basis our statistics. It is becoming also another dissemination tool. In addition to the website we are having, it is also serving for dissemination and archiving. It is also contributing to the Rwanda group position in terms of open data, and it is contributing to our evaluation in what is regarding the statistical performance indicator of Rwanda, not only of Rwanda, but also of other countries. There are some challenges in managing or the NSDP. The first challenge is that some data categories are updated after a while, and this may cause some loss of concentration or focus of focal person, and it will require to remind them or to call them as it will be needed. We don't, with that time lagging, people may forget their skills and they can call for support. The other challenge is that requirements are not easy to fit. This is what is regarding the subscribing to SDDS. Some categories are not easy to complete or to fulfill. This is a very big challenge we are facing as of today. But we are having some measures. We are organizing regular trainings of focal persons and staff in charge of managing the NSDP. We are in regular communication with the IMF and the local focal persons for coordination. We are also talking or communicating with African Development Bank that is supporting us in maintaining the NSDP. We are also working hard to fit the requirements of the remaining categories for SDDS subscription. As I said, we are still having 4 of them that are making us challenges. So thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. In our language, we say murakoze cyane. Back to you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nirimanzi. I wish I could thank you in Kinyarwanda. Unfortunately, my Kinyarwanda is not what it should be, so I will just say thank you in English. Thank you for that. Thank you also for a very interesting presentation. And we, as I guess the representative of the IMS, I'm glad you found the enhanced general data dissemination system useful to you and to your statistical needs. And we wish you the best of luck in your SDGs journey. And I have no doubt, given the drive and the determination that you will get there. And we are happy to be able to support Rwanda in its efforts towards the higher SDGs tier. I particularly appreciated your presentation. I think the emphasis you put on the coordination of institutions that produce statistics. We hear that a benefit of this initiative. I think it's important both for the public and for these coordination agencies to be able to have a kind of one-stop shop, I guess, as we heard in the plenary session, for disseminating these statistics. So I thought that was a very interesting theme. I note also that similar to what Mr. Serebou mentioned in his presentation, the training of staff and the availability of staff with the right skills to be able to leverage technology is an important component of a country's ability to use this technology. And I think that it was helpful for you to highlight that as well. So again, thank you. We will get back to you with questions, I think, at the Q&A at the end of the session. And with my renewed thanks, I will pass the floor now to Her Excellency Thuraya Mohamed Al Hashimi. Your Excellency, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
We're very happy to welcome you to this session. Let me say a few words of introduction, if you will allow me, before I pass you the floor.
Please go ahead.
Shukran. Her Excellency Ms. Al Hashimi is an Emirati Executive Director. You have been recently appointed, congratulations, to the newly formed Digital Data Enabling Sector Federal Competitiveness and Statistics Center. That's a very long word. That's why I guess you use the acronym SCSC, sorry. You hold an excellence diploma from the American University of Sharjah and a bachelor degree with distinction honor in applied science and business management from Dubai Women's College. We're very happy to welcome you to this session, and we are looking forward to your presentation on the UAE's SDMX portal for official statistics. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Can I just receive a confirmation that you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see it very well. Thank you. It's very nice presentation mode. Perfect. Thank you.
Great. So as you always say, Laurence, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. From Dubai, we say good evening to everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today to represent the Federal Competitiveness and Statistics Center. And in my presentation, I will be taking you over an overview. What do we do in that center? What SDMX format platform do we use? And then how can people access those platforms? So with no further ado, our vision in the in FCSA is to always acknowledge for prosperity. And this is aligned with the government vision among the best. We need to be among the best countries in the world by the 50 jubilees. So in the FCSA, we always call for knowledge for prosperity. With the vision of the UAE, we always say we strive to be among the best countries in the world. And now, as we go with the vision of 2071, we strive to become the best country in the world by 2071. So in FCSA, we focus on four core businesses and 4 strategic objectives. The 4 core businesses are the different sectors that within the FCSA, and they are the competitiveness sector, where they look after the international reports where the UAE perform the best, with the statistics center where they do the data job behind it, and the digital data enabling sector, which I'll be focusing on today, because they're where we have the SDMX platform within their project, and the sustainable development goal, which is the SDG. The 4 strategic objectives are raising the international status for the UAE and the global competitiveness report. We develop an integrated structure for the national statistical system. We work also in transforming the traditional statistical system into a modernized one, while we ensure we do the data protection and security behind it. And then we promote the UAE model in implementing the SDG 2030. So in the digital data enabling sector, we have a framework that we work on. If we start from the left side, we say we look at those different sources of data. We look at big data and AI. We look at data analyticals. We look at the data management, and then we look at also the geoanalytical production. We work around these things. We work into improvement, continuous improvement of these data, of these methods. We look at how can we do an architecture over those data. How do we do a production and application with those data? What is the life cycle of a data? And then from there, we have data maturity. The data becomes more mature. We have a digital transformation from where we see numbers, and then today we have them through dashboards, through more appealing platforms, and then we have data excellence, and then finally we have availability of open data. So throughout the journey, since the FCSC was there, so from 2017 to 2021, we were able to deliver different data platforms. If we can see UAE.stat, which I will be highlighting today, stops at 2020. And then I will be shed lighting on it because it is one of the SDMX platform. So what is UAE.stat? So UAE.stat is a statistical SDMX placed platform, and it's containing all our official statistics in the center. It has an easy use table builder interface, which can be usable all people, whether they're academia, whether they're researchers, whether they're business users, and etc. It's accessible for anyone from the public, government, academia, and business, as I've said. And officially, we've released it last year on 20th of October, and it matches the World Statistics Day. So why did we choose FCSC, the UAE.stat? So there are different platforms, but we decided to go to UAE.stat because of various reasons. First, we had a direction from the management that we need to access data in 1 minute. We need to have all UAE data consolidated with the time series in one single location and one single platform. We wanted something that is SDMX because it's an international protocol. And then we wanted to allow clients to customize their data. Sometimes we do find data online, but we find it in a certain format that does not suit the need that we require to seek that data. So UAE.stat will allow users to have different type to build this data. So if we look at the comparison, how did the data look before and after? In the before, we had the Excel sheet format. There were no flexibility to analyze specific variables, and there were standard fixed table structure as at the picture on the top. The picture on the bottom shows how was UAE.stat now performing. It's one single platform. It's easy to locate and research data from different variables we have on the left side. It's able to select and specify the time series, the different dimensions we'd like, and you can customize your own data. So why did we choose, or which platform did we select? We did select an OECD.stat platform. The reason we did this, because it's not a commercial platform, it's a software company, and then it established a well-tested statistical platform. It automatically means the open data specification requirement, and because it's part of the .stat suite, we have emphasizes on the metadata coding list described by the data. We have an API that can be exported as a part of the feature of this platform. And then we have the two languages that we use in the United Arab Emirates, which is the Arabic and English. And then these are having the Explorer, the .stat core, and the lifecycle coming from it. So what is the process flow for us to process the data in UAE.stat? We go through 4 different processes. The first process is we do prepare the data, and then we generate the SDMX structure for the data. Thirdly, we do load the SDMX structure in the data format, and then finally, we disseminate. I'll be speaking briefly about each process from these. So the first process is data preparation. So what happens is that we receive the data source as an Excel, or we have another platform called the ClickSense. We work and convert them into a normalized CSV file, so it can be readable for the SDMX platform. And then we generate the structure of SDMX. It is a design to ease the creation of maintaining the main SDMX structure when it comes to the concept, the schema, the SDSS, the data flow. And then we use those different to Excel-based tool provided by SSI. Thirdly, we load those SDMX structure and the data. So the data lifecycle manager, it's a database infrastructure that allows premises in FCSA users, so the users in the office, to import and manage the releases of the SDMX structure. So this is an internal work that we do internally based on the SQL server. And then finally, we do disseminate those data. So when we disseminate that data, you can see in the left, there are different formats where we can use the data. We can have it either from the table builder feature, where people can build their own structure of data based on their preferences. We can have customized table, and these are features available when people do disseminate the data. And then we have through SDMX API. So if anyone is interested with any data that is available in that platform, there is an API link directly available. They can just take the coding over there and then directly link it through their APIs. This is a platform available for everyone to access. And then one last example before I jump into how can we access that platform is also there is a feature into the chart example. So it also develops charts example across the features available. The current status of that SDMX platform in the office, that we already have all our 50 official database loaded. We have most of the data, most of these data are already into time series. We have more than 280 data flow. Now, what we're doing, we're trying to do a special category for SDG, since people are starting searching indicators related to SDG. And then we're also preparing automated statistical reports to make it easier for people who would like directly to jump into briefings. If anyone would like to access our platform and to get more of information about all the data in the UAE and to examine those data, there are different ways to enter it. We can do it through our official website, which is fcsa.gov.ae, or we have a direct link, which is uae.stat.fcsa.gov.ae. The English version will have the EN at the end, and then the Arabic version will have the AR at the end. I think that's the end of my presentation. I will be happy to take any questions by the end of the session. Thank you very much, Lawrence.
Thank you, Your Excellency. That presentation was very impressive, and but maybe not as impressive as the transformation and digitalization journey that the FCST has undertaken. This is really quite remarkable. So I have a few questions. I think the participants also will have a questions, but as mentioned, we will maybe reserve that for the end. So for our participants, I encourage you to type up your questions in the chat for either our first three presenters, so that we can have our Q&A and have the presenters answer your questions at the end. So shukran again, and until we see you in the Q&A, I will pass the floor to our colleague from Saudi Arabia, Taser Al-Hajj. Mr. Al-Hajj, are you there?
Yes, Laurence.
I apologize, Your Excellency. Salam alaikum. How are you?
Yes, thank you.
So let me just say a few welcome. Let me say a few words of a welcome for you as well before we give you the floor. So you are an information technology advisor for the General Authority for Statistics in Saudi Arabia, and you have developed and led data governance programs for corporation and consultancy across your career. We are very happy and privileged to have you with us in this session, and for you to share with us your experience in the national database of the Saudi Arabian Statistical Institute, including its transformation into an SDMX platform. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Let me share the presentation.
You can see your screen. I think we would just switch to presentation mode and it'll be perfect.
First, it's my pleasure to present the General Authority for Statistics in Saudi Arabia. Without sharing our journey to building the national statistical database, considering the SDMX is the core component for the metadata management and the data acquisition. First, sorry. The General Authority for Statistics has strategic initiatives to modernize the information system to address the partners and customers locally and internationally their needs. The initiative focus in the developing a national statistical database that followed the best practice in statistical and information technology standards, models, tools, and methodology to support the modernizations of the National Statistical Office activities in Saudi Arabia. Here is the business objectives for these initiatives to provide the users with access to holistic and harmonized view of the statistical data and support forecasting and decision-making processes for governmental agencies. Also, adoption of the international standards and best practice for the management of statistical information to benefits from the national statistical database. Also, access and facilitate the use of the statistical information by GSTAT, government agencies, United Nations, and MIF and CC countries. And also to enable researchers, scholars, and academians to easily and effectively create their own reports from different types of initial and for the internal and external data sources. Also provides secure and organized data environment with easy to use interfaces through proper governance of data and data sources, and provide consistent and specific reference and structured statistical data. Also, and finally, improve the collection and dissemination of statistical data by promoting statistical initiatives in government agencies to create their statistical data. Here is a technical objectives to provide the government agencies decision-making's ability to analyze the statistical data to be able to support business decision based in the up-to-date available data, consolidate of data from various agencies into a unified structured statistical database, collection of information from different sources, and integrate of current and historical information for analysis processes. Enabling users to prepare their own reports without need programming assistance, secure the information contained in the national statistical data banks via security policies implemented at both users and data by the GSTAT. Here's the statistical digital transformations. As you know, this is the in the left side. This is the current our main challenges that the statistical office faces for the data. Some of this is discrepancies in the statistical numbers produced by the concerned agencies, lack of the timely and accurate informations. These challenges with transformations will get these benefits as unified statistical indicators, standards, and methodologies in the agencies in one unified and approved source of statistical data. Connect concerned government agencies with a unified interface to exchange statistical data between each other, and build unified national statistical database to become the secure of the formal statistical in the kingdom. Here is the SDMX features. As you all of us, you know these features, and considers it considers the SDMX as a global language of statistics, and describe data effectively contributed to make statistical data cleaner and more useful for users. Here, as you know, the SDMX is sponsored by these 7 organizations, as we know, and this is the SDMX will be the coordinate or constraint the make our data exchange between the producer and consumers. Here, the main features and component of the initiatives, many of the feature is there's a national statistical database, and also they have self-services. You can usually build their reports, and you share data in an innovative way using the REST API and so on. And finally, the dissemination, we have data portal for disseminations data, and you have also secure platform, and you have data governance in place to cover all the activities from extracting and to dissemination of the data. All of these components will empower the statistical work and help us for our digital statistical transformation program. Here, we'll talk about our approach for the defining the indicators until we collect it and disseminate it. First of all, identify the statistical indicators and data sources, define and approve the metadata, and historical data preparations, building statistical indicators and interactive dashboards, continuous improvement. This is the life cycle of the indicators building. Here, this is the SDMX approach for data collection from the producers until the consumers journey. This is the journey, starting for statistical product centralized registry for Fusion registry. After that, he go to using our extra tools for other vendors to extract the data and make the data quality on it. And also we using other tools to for data governance to help us for the define the role and responsibilities and the policies, define the policies and process procedures. This is the journey until the national statistical product centralized data warehouse. After that, we disseminate it through dashboards and API. Here is the example how the consumers ask the data, and in the same time when the consumer, all type the consumers, when he asking for the data, he just taking the information that you need, and the hub will listen to this request and finding in his registry which is this data belong to which agency, and go to the node of data and getting this information. Take in consideration the security and the quality and the data privacy when he disseminates this information. Here is our solution component. you have two bars for the statistical track and technical track. Here, in the left side, we have the agencies or data sources from General Authority for Statistics, their surveys. For data agencies, other agencies, we have data sources, raw data, and aggregate data. After that, you have another solution for master data and metadata and just special data. After that, we go to the our journey for data collection, data processing, analyze, and disseminate. We're using the many type of dissemination methods. For external, you have external portal, internal portal, notification, SDMX, and smart device and documents. For our technology track, you have data center, dedicated data center for our solutions, and we implement the data security solutions for access management, audit, and encryption and notification. Also, we're using the data governance for the metadata and the data catalogs. Here, our approach for the connectivities. Here in Saudi Arabia, you have a government secure network. This is help us to connect to the government agency easily and extract the data. Depend on the way of agreed of data dissemination. Here is the in our solution we propose 4 types of the data sources. You have file systems, you have database, and you have SDMX nodes, and we have services, REST and API. Because not all agencies is ready for to exchange the data as we propose. Because in the first journey we propose using because we have using the Fusion registry as a hub and install the nodes in the government agency to simplify the data collection and metadata and metadata management. Here, each type of these sources, we have mechanism to acquire these informations through SAWA suite for using for data quality and data integrations for as ETL, and go load all information to the landing database after and staging and dissemination into into enterprise data warehouse to start creating the reports. Here the solution architectures, as you in the left you have data sources, you have macro and micro data, and you have geospatial, and for the landing areas for the you have files, and you have also SDMX node to acquire the data from the agencies. And you have data services, you have ETL, SDMX services, quality services, master data, and metadata. After that, go to the statistical data warehouse and use analytical services, like ad hoc reports, self-service and research, and data mining, forecasting. And finally, we go to the disseminations to deliver these informations using external portal or internal portal messages as the scope service, file delivery, and so on. These solutions we need to support from SOC and NOC for to support any request from the external users. And you have security layers to authorize and encrypt to access these informations. And you have the governance, business rules, and metadata captions and research. Here maybe some more information. we consider the SDMX as a metadata repository for our solutions that plus here's the SDMX structural metadata. You have reference metadata, and you have also interrogative that you have metadata and technical metadata. This is help us to automate any process in our solution. And this is the how the web service, how to master data refreshed using service bus. Created some web services, REST API to consume the information from SDMX and load it into the our metadata repository in the database to start processing and dissemination journeys. Main challenges we facing here is the data provider sponsorship for the new way of data acquisition using SDMX hub nodes architectures. Because some of the agencies he accepted to install our nodes in their area, and another he make concerns for the security and another concerns regarding we didn't understand what is the SDMX and what is the platforms through their environments. Anyway, for the SDMX, we connect with 18 agencies. 8 of them we accept to install the nodes in their environments. Also, the data source structures and data quality. This is main challenges we faced because some data sources have poor information. This is make us delay the complete our data journey or data life cycle to complete the acquire or data to our platform. Also, finally is there is lack in data governance practice. This is because the role and responsibilities. There is no policies. There is no processes internally in the data source or agency. This is the main challenges we face. Finally, conclusion. Data governance operating model is essential to success in managing data solution like our solutions. Because now we working locally and we need to expose our solution to automate the SDMX data exchange with MIF for the SDDS. We suggest also in conclusion implement the data catalog in all the agencies that collect information from their side. Here, let me just quick review for our Fusion History website. Let us make a new sharing. Here, you see my presentation. Yes. Here, this is the Fusion registry. We have more than 265 DSD, and this is for all the 18 agencies that work with them. And here also the code list. We have more 472 code lists. Here we have some challenges to harmonize the code list between all agencies, because you have some example here, the admin division. Some agencies he considers is 13, some considers is 41, it's the 24, and others is 80. Finally, we consider here in the SDMX to generate the harmonized code list to map all these different code lists in unified one code list for administration divisions. Finally, this is our dissemination portal. Just a very quick explore. This is the economic domain, and you have here the GDP, and you have here some example for some reports for the GDP. This is annual, quarterly, and you have here to support any we can support. And this is our reports, and you can make a table and charts as you know as end users, and we can expand it as an API link to your systems. Here I am finished. Thank you for should I stop sharing here? Or?
No, thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think we can see you when you are no longer sharing your screen. So I think we're all set. Thank you for this excellent presentation. And I think here again, I mean, the journey and the platform that the Statistical Institute of Saudi Arabia has implemented it's really quite a transformation. It's quite an impressive effort that you presented there. So congratulations. I think more broadly, it's been very nice and very interesting, I think, through all four presentations to see how different agencies in different institutional contexts have been able to leverage different SDMX tools and architectures to further the same goal of facilitating access and dissemination of official statistics. So I think this has been a very nice sort of overview of the different ways in which the standard makes this possible. So thank you to all. I see that David Barakla, our colleague from the OECD, has a question for you, Your Excellency, in the chat. I will read the question. He is wondering what platform and tool did the Statistical Office of Saudi Arabia adopt to implement the SDMX functionality? It seems to cover a lot of the SDMX information model. Did you build your own platform? Thank you.
This is a question from David, yes? I think this is the SDMX artifacts. This is built internally using the internal vendors that help us to implement these artifacts in the SDMX tools, and this is our platform, and we have one hub as a fusion registry, and you have 30 nodes connected with the hub. But now is 6 agencies working in the current state, and we will start establish the rest of these government agencies to accept to install the nodes in their platform. It's clear.
Hopefully, David, that answers your question. We'll see if David can get back to us in the chat. Thank you for that. I don't see any more questions in the chat. So while maybe participants think of their question, let me ask maybe a question for you, Ms. Al-Hashimi. A question for you would be, Mr. Al-Hajj made an interesting point about the importance of governance and sort of kind of securing and securing the buy-in of the institutions that are asked to provide and disseminate and use the SDMX technology to disseminate and make the data available to the public. Would you have a view on this, on how you in the United Arab Emirates tackle this governance issue and how you manage to get different institutions to buy into your kind of unified platform? Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. So there are different tools that are used to divert people into ensuring that we have a governance over the data. We have a tool that has been introduced called the Data Maturity Index. And in that Data Maturity Index, we have an indicator or a KPI in every federal government in the UAE. Throughout that indicator, we make sure people do give us the data in a certain format. They follow the international standards with it. They follow the publication dates, for example, dates that are related to to the CPI, the PPI, and all these. They have a certain calendar internationally. So we make sure everyone follows and flows that data. Through that indicator, we make sure even there is a machine learning behind it and all algorithms are automatically goes through. So we check the data into the quality, because if we do go check the data manually, definitely that will take us ages with the flow of the numerous number of data that is happening nowadays. So we make sure everything is coded behind back end, and then all this data, after we gather them, after they get automatically integrated by the federal government, they go into the dissemination part, and then from there they get officially published through our SDMX platform, whether through the website or the UAE.stat that I've mentioned earlier. I hope that covers your question.
It did. Thank you very much. That's very impressive. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see now. Maybe a question for Mr. Seribou, if he's still online. I had a question. I'm very impressed with your statistics on the number of users and how the kind of hits you've gotten on your SDMX pages have increased over time. My question for you would be, do you have a sense of who these users are? Are they kind of the public in Côte d'Ivoire? Are they academics? Do you have a lot of donors that visit your page? I'd be sort of interested if you had information about a taxonomy of users that increase your, that extend your page. I'm sorry, there's a lot of echo on the line. I hope you were able to answer my question.
Yes, we have many donors. We have also many contributors. The contributors are in the different department ministries, and there is at least one or two contributors in the different department ministries. So we think that training students from the National Statistics School will do that. The contributors number will increase, and in the different ministries, when we are going to go in these ministries, and this is going to contribute to increase the number of data sets that are posted on the open data platforms.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. That's very, very helpful. Let me turn now to Mr. Nyemanzi, maybe, and a question for you. You did mention if I'm not mistaken, at the beginning of your presentation, that the newest national statistical strategy for Rwanda also had encompassed sort of newer sources of data, such as big data. And I know Rwanda is as you mentioned, has a big training center for sort of new data sources, including big data. How do you see SDMX contribution to helping you process and sort of leverage these new innovative data sources? Mr. Nyemanzi, are you still with us? All right. Mr. Nirmanzi, we are not hearing you. Let me give him maybe a minute to see if he can, if Mr. Nirmanzi can collect back to us. While he does that, maybe a question again for, since we have a few minutes, I'm going to get to ask my question. Maybe another question for Ms. Al-Hashimi. Given the, and maybe also for Title Hajj, I think the question goes to both of you guys. Given the ambitious and the very kind of modern and transformative aspect of USDMX platform and solution, how do you tackle the training issue? Because we have seen from the two first presenters that training staff and making sure that you have enough staff that are familiar with the SDMX technology to use and leverage these tools is really, really important. So do you guys have a national training effort? How do you approach the training question? Because I have to assume that the training effort behind this transformation is also quite colossal, I would say. Thank you.
Okay, Taysir, you want to go first? Please go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No problem.
Okay, so when it comes to us in the Federal Competitiveness Statistics Center, the SDMX platform that we've produced is as simple as it could be for a college or for students to even use it. We've made it very simple. It's drop boxes. We did that on purpose because we wanted to make sure that everyone can use it no matter the profession behind it. And that is the reason now we're making the automated briefing description for it. For those even who cannot even use those data, they can read a brief description of what that includes. Of course, dealing with Excel file format is more complicated because not everyone can deal with that big sets of data. Whereas if I'm like, for example, looking at women in schools and in certain age, then I just put these three elements on my left side category and I will get the data. Instead of me reading 1,000 sets of data and then trying to figure out how to filter those data. So it's made in purpose, a very easy format. And that is the reason we've used that UAE.stat that comes from an OECD. So the OECD delivers that platform and it do trains people internally, externally about it. We do train our national statistical offices across the UAE on how to use those things. Internally, everyone in the office knows how to use it, but it's being made very simple. We're looking at things that are in our Instagram and our media coverage and everything. We do put short videos onto how you can access those data and what are the few steps that you can click to reach that data set that you're looking for. Taysir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, maybe our approach is maybe different because the SDMX as a backend. I think because the data source is different and the type of acquisitions, maybe from the database, sometimes you have CSV and others we have SDMX. But our journey for train the technician people in the agency. First, we have workshop with them to understand what is the SDMX, what is the features there, and after these sessions is the awareness sessions. After that, we go to workshop with them to identify the data source. What is the type of data source that have? If the Excel, we need to make a templates, and as CSV, you need to make a templates. This is the standard templates, and told them no change in the templates. This is standards. And after other approach, we're using the database. Database is easier than the file system. After that, we make after these definitions, start make a pilot how to transform the information between the node and the hub, and told them what is the main challenges or main error messages that will face during their processing the data acquisitions. After we finishing this, we create a booklet how to deal with this process from the defining the templates until acquisition from the hub in just that. This is our journey for train the people for the using the SDMX as a backend. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both. I realize thanks to Ms. Al-Hashimi that I've been mispronouncing your name, Taisir, so for which I apologize. Very interesting answers that show kind of the range of potential training activities and approaches to training. So that's really interesting. I will definitely go on the Instagram page for the FTSC to see if I can catch some of these small videos and educate myself as well in the platform. That's definitely a good tip. So thank you for that. We're almost at time. I want to check whether Mr. Nirimanzi was able to join us and whether he can answer one last question for us before we close. Mr. Nirimanzi, are you with us?
Yes, I'm there.
Ah, great. Were you able, welcome back. Were you able to hear the question I had for you, or would you like me to maybe repeat it?
Yes, please repeat it. I was not connected. I was disconnected.
Oh, okay, great. So the question I had is, if I understood correctly, your kind of third national statistical strategy also aims to kind of include or bring in new sources of data, including sort of big data and sort of these new data sources. I know Rwanda is a big training center, as you mentioned, for this kind of these new data techniques. So do you see a role for SDMX in helping you leverage this data for analysis and potentially policy formulation?
I'm going to repeat the question. Can you please repeat the question?
Yes, absolutely. The question is, I understand your new strategy, the third national strategy for statistics in Rwanda, aims to include and incorporate also new data sources, such as big data, sort of administrative data, and these new data sources. And I know that Rwanda is a big training center in Central Africa for sort of big data techniques and methods. So I was wondering what role you saw for the SDMX standard in helping you as you try to more and more incorporate this type of data in your statistics strategy and operation.
Thank you very much for the question. As I said, we are now looking for these new sources of data. And our aim is to incorporate or to include SDMX in our methodology and strategies as technologies to leverage the big data and the data science, the artificial intelligence to generating new indicators. So, but we have not yet started thinking about it. We will keep digging and also looking for advices, especially from IMF and the other experienced statistics office. But we are keen to learn to incorporate SDMX technologies in using artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science techniques to analyze big data for producing new indicators of SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nirimanzi, and the message is received that Rwanda is keen. I know you have many partners helping you, but we would certainly be happy to join them if we can support your statistical office in its efforts. So we are at time. We're a little bit over time actually, but this was a very rich session. So before I close, let me encourage you. I think earlier in the chat, we shared a survey for you on your experience with the global conference. The survey should be pretty quick to complete. It will help us, it would be helpful for us to have your feedback on this conference. You know, it's the first time we have a virtual conference. So we are very keen to hear your feedback. And of course, we will use it to further improve our future editions in the conference, during which, of course, we hope to be able to meet you in person. Hopefully, this is the one and only virtual conference, and we can all be together sort of in person for the next edition of the conference. Let me again express my deep thanks to the panelists for their very rich presentation, and I think a very good discussion. I think it was quite illuminating again to see the range of applications of the IDIOMA technology across institutional context, geography, and sort of different problem statements. And so again, thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. Stay well, and we hope to see you at the next SDMX event. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye from DC.
Bye.
Thank you, Lawrence and the team. I look forward to seeing all of you in Expo 2020 Dubai.
Inshallah. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Assalamu alaikum.